Let's look at the live stream. We do a YouTube show. I mean, we're everything P21. Anything you need for P21, whether it's integrations with other third-party software, whether it's fully fledged created software by us to replace or modify things in P21, full data migrations. There's very few things that I think we've never done in P21 at this point.
See there, somebody's watching and told me right off the top, hey, your mic's muted. I forgot to unmute the mic. So we were 95% good. So at least you said everything and it got out. Anyway, so it can never just go well, right? It can never just work.
Well, and for those that watched last week, or no, was it last week or the week before?
It was last week, and it was a disaster. It was
we are going to revisit items again in the future. We think it's a very important topic, but that video just was not usable, and we didn't want to put it out there and make people struggle through that. So we're going to redo that.
Yeah, it was rough, and so we appreciate everybody for suffering through that. We promise we will come back and do a better one. So today we were kind of late selecting the topic this week, and there's a story behind that. We'd been talking about different things we wanted to do, and then lo and behold, one of our customers puts the topic right in front of us. So Matt, I'm gonna let you take this story because it actually happened to you.
Yeah, it was funny. We had a customer who had just recently gone live. I think as soon as might have been last Monday. Like it was that recent, and we did a few rules for them leading up to their go live and some other modifications for them. And so I was on the call with the owner or the boss man, whatever his official title is, and we were just talking, and he's like, hey, before you get going, I just wanted to tell you something. He said one of my branch managers came to me and said, hey, I found these guys on YouTube, and I think it would be really beneficial to send out to the rest of our teams. And it was one of our videos that he had found. So my contact got a real big kick out of that, but just wanted to pass it along that they are now sharing that information with all of their internal staff. And so that got Andy and I talking about, because we've all been there. We've all gone live, whether it's P21 or any ERP.
Yeah.
But in this case, particularly P21. And I know for me personally, when I went through mine, I don't think my email stopped for like the first 3 or 4 weeks. Like it was just constant. Where's this? How do I find this? What do I do with this? Because everybody wants to do as much training as possible leading up to go live. But at the same time, all those people have real day-to-day jobs that they have to get done. And so unfortunately, you generally probably get about 4 or 5 really good trained up Uber users, and then everybody else just kind of like, yeah, I've seen that, I'm good. And then go live is just maddening. So that's where Andy had the great idea of, okay, we're live, now what? So.
Look, I mean, so a couple of things come to mind right off the top. The worst case scenario is rolling back to the old system. We have seen that happen. It is ugly. Now, in our case, it was great because the system they were rolling back to was P21. So it's like, oh, hey, we lost a customer, we got him back. So that was fine. The second one that's like, not as bad, but still to me is cringeworthy, is sending a letter to your customers telling them, hey, by the way, we're changing ERP systems, so if we're a total disaster, that's why. And then the third one, I think that's still cringy, but not quite as cringy as sending a letter, is seeing that in everybody's email signature.
I've never seen that.
Oh, I have, and it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And so, I think the goal of any implementation is it needs to be as transparent as possible to the customer. They shouldn't feel any of that, and I think the reason that they do feel a lot of it stems from the last probably month leading up to go live. In my experience, is one issue, and we're going to talk about that. And then the second piece of it is after that trigger is pulled, there's so much change and so many things up in the air that it's like information overload, and people are not focused on the right things, right? And so we want to talk about that as well. So let's talk about that month leading up to go live. For those that don't know, Atlas is on P21. Like, we are also a license holder. We bought it, paid. We didn't get a discount. Actually, we might have paid more for all I know. I don't know. But we went through that process, and our implementation was from the time that we went into negotiations to buy it to the time that we went live was about 11 months. Now, I want to reiterate that we are a building full of P21 people, and it took us 11 months to go through the purchase and implementation process, and we didn't need anybody's help. We had a lot of customizations because we needed to make it run like a help desk, and we use service orders to do that. But the other side of it is it's really hard to keep all of that stuff straight. So we've been there not only individually in our other careers or other parts of our career, we've been through it together as a team here. And the first thing that I would say is we see this, there's like 3 ways you can get it done. Okay. The first way we've seen it and been on the receiving end of it is we're going live on this date, period. And we had, Matt, I think we had the most complicated implementation that we've ever been involved in went live like that. They made a decision. They had pushed off their thing. They'd pushed off their go live date a couple of times. And then they made the command decision. They were not doing that again. They were going live on XYZ date. Was
this the one that made cups?
Yeah. Or at least redistributed them. And again, it was extreme high complexity. So like we were 30 days out, they had never stress tested the system. They had 2 middleware servers, which was less than half of what they actually needed. This was like a 200 user deployment or 130 user deployment, something like that, with an extreme amount of customization. And we didn't do all of it. We got in on the tail end and we're just trying to like patch it all together. David and I worked 16 hours a day for 3 weeks after their go live, just trying to keep the ship together. Yeah. It was very difficult.
It was whack-a-mole.
I honestly do not recommend doing it that way, but it happens that way. The other one is that we see is it's kind of derivative of that, where we're going live and we know certain things aren't going to work. Okay. The better way, in my opinion, is when you're 30 days out from your date, you have to, first off, you need to know all the things that are out there in flight. Like for us, we had a heavy duty email customization. We had a heavy duty search customization. We had this whole aspect of logging time. We had 4 or 5 other customizations that were critical to our business. We went live December 27th, 21 or 22. I don't even remember. 22. 21?
21, yeah, because I started in April 22.
And we were already on.
And we were already on.
Okay, yeah. So 21, December 27th to 21, we went live. And when we were 30 days out, we took our project board, and there were probably 15 things that were still open. And we cut it down to 3 and said, these 3 are critical. We have to go live. All of our effort goes into that. Because you really have 2 choices. You can either cut the project. Well, I guess you have 3. You can cut the project, you can delay the date, or you can throw more resources at the problem. Those are really your 3 options. For us, we didn't have the ability to throw more resources at it. You can't get somebody involved that late in the game and expect it to be meaningful. We were not willing to push off the go live date. We were going live. We wanted to end on a hard cutoff for a year. So that's why we did it that way. And then we wanted to have a week, that last week of December, first week of January, to kind of get settled in, chase bugs out, and then be off to the races. Or you can say, okay, we're now going to have a conversation about need to have versus nice to have. And that right there, I think if more companies did that better and really got realistic about this would be really nice to have versus we have to have this, I think go lives would go a lot smoother. But there seems to be in a lot of implementations no sense of reality about that, man. I mean, you went through a big one too, just before we did ours. I mean, what is your sense on that?
Well, I kind of equate it to going live on an ERP is like having a kid. If you wait until you're ready, 100% ready, you're never going to go live and you're never going to have a kid. That's just the reality. But saying that, you can't just, my opinion, you can't just go rip the Band-Aid off, we're going live. There are things that you have to have established, like you said, what is important to your business, what is going to, what, like you said, nice to have and must have. Same thing with a kid, right? You need to make sure you know where that kid's going to sleep, and make sure you have all the information or the stuff that you need, diapers and all that kind of good stuff. But at some point, it's coming, whether you're ready or not. But the only time that I've seen the deadline thing, and I get it, like where we're going, this is when it's part of an acquisition or there's some outside factor that's not the actual business making that decision. And unfortunately, that's just the reality sometimes. But I know this is supposed to be, we went live now. But I would say that going into this, too many people focus on, this is what we used to do, this is how we always did it, so we need to make P21 do it that way. And that's fine if it's your advantage, right? If it's your thing that makes you different, if it's that thing that makes you stand out from your competition. But just recreating your old system in a new system and delaying going live because you're doing that, I don't understand why you're even leaving your legacy system.
And something, I mean, there's a live stream right there. There's a live stream around. We just got licensed for P21 and it's time to implement.
Maybe we should have done that one first.
Maybe. Yeah, but that wouldn't have helped our customer, right? So we're, anyway.
Which I made sure to send him the link.
Good.
Hopefully they check it out.
Anyway, yeah, I agree totally. So let's.
Well, one thing I want to toss out there, and it's going to sound strange to anybody listening to this, considering who we are, but I tell people this on the phone when they come and talk to us. Don't there's a difference between customizing stuff to make it fit your business the way forms and things that are very important to your business versus just wholeheartedly customizing everything because you're not going to know until 6 to 8 months where your real problems are with P21, and you may spend money and time developing things that A, could delay your go live, or B, not even really be that big of a benefit to you versus the things that you really need to fix.
We've seen that happen. I mean, we had a customer that swore to us, we're going to be as vanilla as possible. And, you know, by the time they got close to go live, they had all 31 flavors.
Mm-hmm.
And then 6 months after go live, they'd shut off half the stuff they'd paid us to do because they didn't need it.
Right.
And we tried to tell them they didn't need it, but they said, nope, we absolutely have to have this. I'm like, I don't think you do, but okay. And, you know, I felt bad for him, sort of. But, you know, at the same point, it's like, you can only do what you can do. You
right.
know? But once you cross the event horizon, right, and you're slipping into the black hole, you've gone live, there should be no turning back. You know, I think I ascribe to the Christopher Columbus method, right? Which is, as soon as we land in America or Hispaniola or wherever, I don't want to like raise the ire of historians. He landed in America when I went to school, so that's as far as I know. That's what it is. But burn your ships. There's no going back. There is no path backwards. We're only moving forwards. That, for your key stakeholders, that is critically important, because the cost and angina of trying to unwind it and then rewind it later, you're going to lose a lot of organizational morale just trying to do that.
Yeah, and again, I know this is after go live, but hopefully you have also engaged people from key departments in your business. Like, you don't want your head purchasing people to really getting exposed to P21 after go live.
Yeah. But it happens.
It happens, yeah. I mean, and again, being management, you know, you're in charge of so many things, but it doesn't mean you're actually involved in the day-to-day stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, everybody doesn't get a say-so. Sometimes the answer is just, this is where we're going.
Yeah. Yeah, and so there has to be someone that makes the decision. Like like when everyone's had their input and all of that, at the end of the day, it's got to come down to someone can make a decision.
Yep.
And we find that trying to lead that effort by consensus, it rarely ends well.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, we went live. We crossed the event horizon. Here we are. It's day 1, day 2, day 3, whatever it is. What are the big things? You know, to me, the number one process that you have to protect when you go live is the quote to cash process. And what do I mean by quote to cash? Hopefully you're familiar with that term if you've been through this, but if not, here we are. It is generating a quotation for material, getting that to a sales order, pick ticket, invoice, and then collecting the money and posting the cash. That is a highly customer-facing process from all angles. It is critically important, and it is the difference between the customer feeling your problems or not feeling your problems. I can remember, and this company's not even on P21 anymore. They got bought out by another company, and they went another direction because the other company said you're going another direction. But they were the company that like was kind of, if I get this account, I can go full time doing this business. And this is like 6 years ago. I remember the first phone call. It was, if we do not get our service invoicing straightened out, we will be out of business in 6 months. They had stuff going out the door and they were not invoicing it. So they had the right mindset of, we got to get the customer taken care of, but they lost the part of, and in so doing, we must also take care of ourselves financially. They were missing 20 to 30% of their stuff was going out without being invoiced. It was bad. Bad. We had a go live where a power user was trained on how to do the invoice batch. And then it's like making a copy of a copy, right? That person trained one person who trained one person who trained one person. And by the time we got to the end of the telephone game, their largest facility was not running the invoice batch for like a month after go live.
Document your process.
Yeah. I mean, so quote to cash is really, really, really important. You've got to make sure that you're getting orders in, that, that they're priced. Look, if they're probably not all going to be priced correctly. You're going to get intimately familiar with credit and rebill really quick. It's fine. Your customers will give you grace if you just clean it up.
Right.
But, getting those pick tickets created. I mean, Matt, like I still to this day, I've seen like 2 cases where to me it made sense not to set up the pick ticket scan, but I can't tell you the number of companies we see go live that don't use the pick ticket scan. And as such, orders sit, you had some experience with that? Orders sit there and the pick tickets never get created. Or worse, the order is on credit hold and they just send the order acknowledgement out to the warehouse. The material goes out the door and there was never a pick ticket and never an invoice on it. I mean, this stuff really happens, guys. I mean, it legitimately does happen.
Do tell.
So I'm just saying it's not unheard of. And so at your core, in your sales process, you really need to be clear on allocation is probably going to jam you up on day one if you're coming from a system that doesn't hard allocate. I mean, you're going to get a lot of pushback and frustration. But I'm telling you, like we used to get calls all the time. How do we shut allocation off? I'm like, why would you want to do that? It's protecting you from yourself, And so, there's that. There is the concept of like I said, using that pick ticket process, making sure that pick tickets are getting out there on the sales or on the warehouse floor, and then those are getting confirmed on the way back out. There's ways that you can look at that. You can set up some portals of, hey, show me orders that have come in since we went live and there's no pick ticket for it. You can write queries around that. There's an unconfirmed pick ticket report. I don't care how long you've been live. If you don't have a process in place to run that unconfirmed pick ticket report once in a while, it may only be once a month if you established and you have really good processes. If you just went live, you should be running that report at least once a week. Because that's giving you a list of pick tickets that are sitting out there that have not been confirmed, which means they have not been invoiced, which means your customer has not gotten an invoice. That's one. And another one is I need to, and you could do this with a query or a portal as well. I want a list of invoices that have not been printed yet. Because if that print flag hasn't been set, chances are your customer doesn't have it. So Matt, what else do you see out there of like just in quote to cash, like core processes that people need to defend against?
Allocation is, and I know you brought it up, is one of the hardest things for people to fight with in this system, mostly because they're trying to fight against it instead of really understanding how P21 does hard allocations and soft allocations.
Yep.
And then how to address those, when something's being held up, how do I free that up for something else? But yeah, the unconfirmed shipments is a big one. Whether it's in user reports or we're going to talk about transaction master inquiry, which is one of my favorite things in P21. I would say for the first 2 weeks, every day, you need to be looking at that stuff, in my honest opinion, because it gets, I guess it depends on the size of your company, right? If you're a company that's only doing 5-ish orders, 10 orders a day, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Quote to order, the other big thing I would say people struggle with is how, and maybe this is only for a certain amount of people, is how lots get affected.
Yeah.
the print invoice thing is a real problem too, where if you preview an invoice, that's counted as its print flag. So if your process is to run the invoice batch, which most people it should be, if somebody has previewed that invoice, the only way to reprint that is to have the reprint check flag enabled, which I think is kind of an issue. And I don't know if it's been addressed in later versions, but it was an issue we always had where we had to block it where people couldn't even view the invoice.
Let's talk about this in just a little bit more detail, because you're right. This is important. And I think this goes, my goal here was to not be as technical on this one, but I think this deserves a little bit of technical explanation. Okay. In P21, I'm going to assume we're mostly talking about from the shipping window.
Yeah.
Okay. The checkbox reads confirm shipment. It should read create invoice, because that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Once you've invoiced that, so there's a one-to-one relationship between pick tickets and invoices. For every pick ticket, you will get one and only one invoice. You can have multiple pick tickets on an order, which will lead to multiple invoices on an order. One-to-one relationship between pick tickets and invoices. And then that is your, like, once you check confirm shipment, you're not making any changes after that. You can't edit invoices, nor should you be able to. I get that complaint. Well, I can't edit this invoice. Well, yeah, because it's tied to your general ledger. So no, you can't do that.
Well, you can edit invoice value, but not.
Yeah. So I mean, the right way to handle changes to an invoice is credit rebill. That's how you do that. But anyway, so invoice gets created. There are some fields on the invoice, print flag and print date. There's actually two sets of them, but print flag and print date, that's what you need to understand. And those fields start off as null for the date because it hasn't been printed yet, and N for the flag, which is no. You get one and only one chance to set that flag to yes. And so the way that it should work is either you're emailing the invoice directly to the customer from the shipping window or whatever, if that's your process. Very few people do that. The more common way is you have different invoice batches set up: print, fax, email, whatever. Each customer is assigned to a batch, and every day you come into the invoice report and you set the parameters and you hit the email button for the email batch, and all those invoices get sent out. That's exactly what we do. We use consolidated invoicing, but when I invoice at the end of the month, we do the exact same thing. And so the whole thing is that invoice report or print invoices screen, it's specifically targeting print flag is no. It's only looking for invoices that have not been printed unless you check reprint. And if you check reprint, it's only looking for invoices that have been printed. Yeah. There's no one that covers both cases.
Right.
What we see happening is the invoice gets created, then somebody goes to AR drill down by invoice. They open the invoice and they say, oh, I want to print that and preview it. They preview it. Yep, that looks right. They close it. That invoice has now been flagged as printed. It will not go through the batch.
Yep.
Now, if you're concerned about this problem or you think you're having this problem, the good news is, and you can set up a portal off of this, and I don't know if Report Studio will get you that far, but you can set up a portal around something called the output audit trail. So everybody knows about the audit trail, right? But there's also an output audit trail, and that tells you every document that was output, who did it, when they did it, and by what mechanism it went out. So you would be able to see that XYZ person at this date previewed this invoice. because it popped up in a tab, or they printed it to that printer or whatever. So you can use that to kind of quickly get your arms around retraining issues and stuff like that. But look, nothing, you said earlier, Matt, like run it every day. Maybe it's not that big of a deal if you're a smaller customer to run it every day. I think that unconfirmed shipment report for the first little while, it's every day because, and this is my business owner's perspective of this. Every day that you delay getting an invoice to a customer, you're delaying getting paid for that invoice. You've got to keep that AR process moving all the time. Otherwise, it's going to start disrupting your cash flow. And that to me is an unacceptable outcome. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and from personal experience, we ran into that issue where customers were getting statements a couple months after go live, and they're like, "I never saw this invoice."
Yeah,
and it was because it didn't get caught up in that invoice batch, and because most of the invoices they were still doing a lot of mailing of invoices, but people were previewing it, or people were printing a copy or trying to email a copy directly from shipping, which doesn't necessarily get to the right person all the time. I don't like, it's one of those things where I wish you could do just a date range. I want all the invoices that without having to check reprint. I just want this date range, today's date. I want every invoice that was created today to be sent out.
And look,
I don't care if it's a reprint.
I mean, I'm thinking of a customer that we had that they had another complex deployment because they had this really crazy off-the-shelf integration that, I mean, it fell off the shelf, but whatever. But part of their process in their business is people come up to the front counter and they're not paying right then. These are all orders on account, right? And in order for that customer to get on their cell phone and get a purchase order from, their overlords or whatever, they had to have the invoice right in front of them to know the exact amount that PO is going to be for. There's no other way to do that but print the invoice. But then that invoice is getting printed at the front counter and not going to the customer AP department to get paid.
Right.
We actually had to build a custom that would go in every 10 minutes and look at how invoices were getting printed and unwind that print flag. Now that that had to be on premise, there was no way we would have done that.
That's the first thing I thought. I was like,
100%. That was on premise. Yeah.
You're not making those SQL statement update statements.
But to me, that I didn't even want to do it that way. I wanted to create like a pro forma invoice that they could print that wasn't like a binding thing. But again, what that was, Matt, was a holdover from their previous system. And they were using third-party billing, so it even got worse, right? Because now the stuff's not going to the third-party billing provider and nothing's reconciling, and it's like a mess. And it took us a couple of months to come up with a solution that would work reliably for that. So, I mean, look, a lot of those problems can be overcome, but again, it all was rooted in the fact that in 2 years of implementation, no one ever came up with a plan for that. It had to blow up in their face before we got anywhere and before anyone even really recognized that it was a problem. Because again, that basic blocking and tackling of understanding the quote to cash process and having hey, if all else fails, we're going to do this, this, and this. It didn't exist. And that is putting your business at risk.
Yeah.
It just is. And if I had to pick between getting quote to cash or purchase to pay, which is, purchase to pay is I'm ordering stuff from my vendors. I'm getting the vendor invoicing. I'm paying for it. I would much rather beg my vendors for grace in paying a little bit late.
Your customers.
Absolutely. I'd rather not do either.
Right.
But if I have to pick one, I want to be hyper focused on quote to cash. Are we invoicing enough? Is anything falling through the cracks? You should know going into your go live what your average daily invoicing is, so that you can compare that to what's going out of P21 each day. And if those numbers are way out of whack, you got a problem.
Yeah.
So, have I harped on that enough? I could go on some more.
No, I think we start doing some actual
Okay.
quote to cash. I'll add one thing before we get started in there is if you're struggling with P21 or you're not alone. Like it's just, I mean, and this isn't a knock on P21, and I know that we like to make light and have fun with that, but change is hard, and with change comes complications. Just got to figure it out and don't let people run around like their hair's on fire.
You know, the last gig that I did before this, after being there for 3 months, I was asked point blank, because they had been on P21 for like 3 years and they were struggling, which was one of the reasons I went there. And one of the questions I got asked was, did we pick the wrong ERP system? And I said, no, but not for the reasons you think. But that's fine. I said, look, you got to give yourself some slack here. And if you're a manager or business owner, key stakeholder, and you're watching this today or at some point in the future, hear me on this point. You're a distributor. Your job is to get material from your vendors, get it into your warehouse, get it back out to your customer in a timely fashion. That's what your company is built to do. You are not in the software change out business. It's a normally 1 or 2 times in a lifetime event. You can't expect that you're going to be good at it. You're going to suck at it because you're going to do it once and probably never do it again for the rest of your career.
You'll definitely swear that you'll never do it again.
Yeah. But you need to understand that whatever your system was before, whether you were on QuickBooks or some legacy AS400 system, whatever you were on before, you need to be real with yourself that your business processes all grew up around features or limitations of the system that you were on before. Most of the way that you do things is a consequence of the system that you were on before. Now you're going to do a heart transplant. You're literally going to rip that system out, the system that all of your processes were built around. You're going to yank that out and you're going to put something in its place that doesn't act anything like that. So expect there's going to be problems. Expect there's going to be morale issues. They're going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, and the answer is not P21. I mean, any ERP system that you're buying from a company is not made for you.
Well, Matt, I mean, what happens? So for the year leading up to a go live, and we're picking on P21 because that's the system we support, right? Our old system sucks.
Yep.
We're so ready to be on P21.
I know where you're going.
And then for the year after that, it's this system sucks. We want our old system back. It's like every
Pretty
time.
much.
It's every
Pretty
time.
much. But again, ERPs are meant to be broad. Like they're trying to capture as many slices of the pie they can.
Yeah.
And sometimes that, like if you were a 90% manufacturer, maybe not P21. Like that's the only time I would say somebody has been pushed into the wrong ERP, or you're in a manufacturing ERP when you do kitting or assemblies and that's it.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not knocking on that. That happens
more often than you would
ERPs.
think.
Yeah, it just does.
Sometimes an IT services provider will buy a system that was made for distributors. I mean, it happens. I don't know who would do that, but
well, we can heavily modify it though to make it our own.
That is true. We have the advantage of being able to get out of our own bad decisions.
One day, I think it would be fun we'd have to figure out how to do it without any of our customer information, but just kind of show
how we use it. Yeah, I think that would be cool.
Obviously, we would not have any of our customer information because we do not share that.
No, but we could obfuscate all of it. Yeah.
Because I mean, pull that off. I love showing I live in opportunities a lot. and I love showing our email system that we have tied into P21.
Yep.
Again, another time, but I think it would be cool to kind of
Yeah, I
show some of
agree.
the fun stuff. But
I agree.
let's do some quote to cash. Let's walk through some of the issues that we got or see.
Where do you want to start?
Quote. I mean, do we want to start with quote to cash? I mean, I feel like that's going to be the biggest
Well,
one.
I know you wanted to talk about some of the inquiry screens and all that, so you can go wherever you want to go.
Well, okay. Well, let's hit on some navigation tips.
Okay.
There is keyboard shortcuts now. Whether you're coming from the desktop to the web or you're brand new to P21, this is still relevant information because the keyboard shortcuts, you have to go click on your little person down there. If you were in the desktop,
Hey,
a lot of this
Epicor, if you're watching this, pro tip: the keyboard shortcuts should be under help. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, it used to be somewhere much more, I think, user-friendly to get to.
Yeah.
I think it was on the About.
Yeah.
And every screen that you're in, and actually, I guess there is a keyboard shortcut to show your keyboard shortcuts, which that's new.
That's pretty
That's
meta,
new.
man. That's pretty meta.
And I don't know, my version is kind of hard to read, but pretty much any screen you're in, you'll have some that are the same, but then you'll have some specific ones that are like for saving or for clearing or things like that. So again, to me, I just think it's nice to have, especially like the F2, which gets you straight to item master inquiry. And pro tip on that, if you're on a line in a sales order or a PO, technically you can just drill down to it, but if you just hit F2, it should preload with that item that you were on. Same with customer master inquiry. If you're on a sales order for a customer and you hit F8, it should open up the customer master inquiry for that. Sometimes P21's caching doesn't work nice, but typically that's what it's supposed to be.
I'm going to give Epicor some props on this, even though I just criticized them for where they put keyboard shortcuts. I'm just looking at my screen. I'm on a MacBook, and it's actually operating system sensitive.
I was wondering why I was looking so funky on my screen.
Yeah.
I'm like, there must be just something. Okay, that
No,
makes
it's
sense.
not. Those are all icons for the Mac.
Well, for the mass majority of you that are probably using Windows, that little funky made-up symbol.
I tried that last week for this live stream, and it was a disaster. So no more.
But that was like a Windows 98 machine.
No.
In fairness.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, it's control and all that. But again, you're not going to use all these. I guarantee you, some of them I feel like are probably less useful than others. To me, it's really the inquiry ones that are the important ones. Those are the ones that you're going to have muscle memory, especially F2 and F8 if you're in sales at all. Those are going to be the ones that you kind of just widen your brain.
Now, there's one that's on here that I tend to forget that's there, but there's a right mouse button option in P21 and in pretty much all the screens, right? And it's customized. So if you right click, you're going to get the P21 right mouse button menu. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, you might need the browser one, the Windows one, the Mac one, or whatever. I think that's going to be the Windows key right mouse button will give you the browser's RMB, which I think again that's
no. You still have to hold control down on Windows.
Is it control? Okay, so it's cool.
Yeah. So that's a good point. Like if you're, I run into this all the time when I'm trying to highlight and copy something. Obviously, you can just hit Control C or whatever on a keyboard, but you can't just right click. There's a contextual P21 right click. But to circumvent that for the web browser, you need to hold the control button down, and then you get your standard Chrome or whatever you're using browser options.
Yep. Cool. All right. So that's a great starting spot. So then, let's just, Matt, you're really, really good with understanding like some of those make the system work for you a little bit easier things that I think people either they forget in training or from training because they're in the heat of battle or whatever. So let's just talk about, like, I know we've talked a lot about 50,000 foot view stuff, but average user putting in transactions, maybe we just start from the order entry screen and walk us through just some basics like, hey, don't forget you can do it this way.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we could do a whole video on probably this kind of stuff. One of the first tips, whenever this pulls up, there it goes. So if you enter a customer ID first, if they have multiple ship tos, you're then going to have to go enter in and choose the ship to. Now, if your customer only has one, like this one does, it's automatically going to preload that ship to. If it has multiple ship tos, it's going to be blank and you're going to have to go pick your ship to. So my process was always suggesting people to do the ship to ID first, because a ship to can only be assigned to one customer. So when you pull the ship to ID up, it knows what customer that it's assigned to, and it'll pre-populate the customer ID field.
I mean, that's a great tip, Matt, but I'm brand new on P21. All these IDs just got changed. I don't know what their ID is, so what do I do?
Well, funny you should ask.
We didn't set that up, by the way.
Wait, where are we at on the script?
Exit stage left. What does that mean?
Yeah. So one of my favorite things in P21, and it's funny because it's one of these things where I think people that are exposed to the web only probably are more familiar with it. But I know when I talk to people that are on older versions of the desktop that haven't made it to the web, even though I believe I think it's in the desktop version.
So it is and it isn't. I know where you're going. Let's get through your part, and then I'll bring it back to the desktop version. If you just went live and you're on the desktop version, I want to talk to you because we need to have some very deep conversations.
I hope that's not happening unless you've been pushing off go live for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. I think we have some customers that are coming close to that.
Anyway,
I think the official term is inline search. I always like to call it smart search.
Mm-hmm.
So you can start typing, if it's turned on correctly in system settings, you can set up so you're not like, so he has 3 different customers or ship to IDs, and he tested the word or typed in the word test. Type in TX, hit space and type in TX. So you can it's not only searching the ship to name, it's any of these fields that are showing in this preview window are part of that search. And it doesn't matter if they're within the same, it doesn't be in the same order. Basically, they've got to be spaced, separated. It doesn't have to be full words. It's just pieces of that.
I mean, like, guys, again, you're just in this system, first or second day, you're getting frustrated trying to find customer information. I just need to find my customer. I know that they're in Fort Worth. Hey, no problem, man. Just type Fort Worth in and it'll knock it down to just people that are in Fort Worth.
Now, I'll give you a tip that we used at my previous employment. Again, I don't always advocate, this is going to sound contradictory to what I said, that, this is how we always did it, so this is the way we should keep doing it. There are some people that have been doing this forever that know their customer ID numbers. They just know, Bob Smith's calling, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know that. Obviously, you have to rename these their IDs get renamed, their customer IDs get renamed. However, what we did was we created a user-defined field in customer maintenance. We populated that with we called it legacy ID.
Well, there is a legacy ID that's built in. Now it's got some.
Is there?
It's got some limitations, like length limitations. So you would need a UDF if you were overrunning that limitation. But yes, I know where you're going with this.
And basically, this little preview window is just a preview if you double click and go into the search. So if he clears this and he goes into the search, it's these fields, and you can choose which fields are searchable by doing this, including if you added a user-defined field, or I guess, like you said, there's a legacy ID field, which that would have been nice to know before we just created our own. But
I'm here to help.
Anywho, I appreciate that.
Better late than never.
So don't create a user-defined field. Go use the customer legacy ID. Again, it's. I don't advocate continuing that numbering convention just because that's what you're used to. But I mean, if you have legacy customers, there's no reason not to bring that information in. But that inline search or smart search, whatever you want to call it, that's everywhere in P21. I say that there's sometimes there's a random field that it doesn't work in. And I can't remember the one off the top of my head, but we kept running into it and it wouldn't let you do it.
Let's see if I was able to pull that off as smoothly as I was trying. There it is. Now, I don't think these are actually populated. Yeah, they're not. But the field is there and would become part of the search. And, you know, if by chance, and I didn't think in the pop-up designer to look at that, but we can look at that pop-up designer and make sure that legacy ID is a filter field.
Yeah.
Okay. And if when you make it a filter field, that makes it searchable. Now, this is like, I know we're going to the Spider-Man here, but, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. If you make this whole thing too crazy, it will slow your search way down.
Yeah, you don't want to put everything in there.
Be judicious.
I mean, especially when it's talking about customer. I mean, it's customer name, address. Those are the big things that you're going to be able to help you with searching.
Now, my guess is we probably have to rebuild this window to see it here.
Right, we have to close and rebuild.
Yep.
That's another thing that is a newer feature in later versions of the web, which you should be on. If somebody makes a system change or screen change, you used to have to log all the way out of P21. They added a feature. Was it clear? What was it called again? My brain just
close and rebuild. Yep.
Saying that, it doesn't always work. Sometimes you still have to log with it. That one it did. So now you see. So if we did have a legacy ID in there, that's now part of the search field.
Right.
And that is user specific. You can create your own.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have a discussion at some point about managing Dyna changes and how crazy you should or shouldn't.
Don't let everybody do Dyna changes.
No,
you need to have a team of 1 or 2 people that are responsible. And we'll go into a whole. we can do a whole video on Dyna changes. And we actually do have some smaller videos somewhere down here.
Yeah.
In the channel.
Yeah, we have a lot of how-tos, but these live streams are more like when to and when not to. Oh gosh.
So I recommend starting with and again, talking about Dyna changes. You could move the ship to ID higher.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and again, we're not going into Dyna changes, but there's sometimes going to be stuff on screen that you don't need. Make it as good as you can for your sales guys and your end users. It'll help with some of the complaining.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest things that people complain about when they jump into the system is the tabs. It's great that you can get to so much information, but sometimes certain information, it feels
like that
arbitrary.
Should just be on the first screen, right?
Right. Perfect example is ship info. There's a box called delivery instructions.
Yep.
All this stuff in my environment, all this stuff was added to the front order tab.
Yeah,
almost all of it. UPS, but carrier, freight code, route, delivery instructions, and outgoing freight. All those were added.
Yeah, if you're going to be using those fields every day, you want to get them. You want to cut the amount of tab switching as much as possible, and you know that is a testing aspect. Like what I see is when people are tabletopping or they are doing acceptance testing before go live. They're really focused on the functional and the tactical aspects of it. Like, can we get through this process? They're not looking at the pain threshold. Look at the pain thresholds. Look, everybody's got this person in their organization that would complain about everything, right? Look, a third of your users, most of the time, roughly a third of your users will be early adopters. Like, they will jump in and really try to figure it out. A third of your users are just going to go with the flow and whatever. And then a third of your users will be highly change resistant. That's just humanity, okay? Doesn't matter what system you're going on. Implementations typically drag on for 18 to 24 months for a lot of companies, especially the ones that we work with. I understand that it can be tiresome listening to the change resistant group because you feel like you're getting worn out. But there's a lot of valuable information in there. I mean, I understand there's always people that are just going to complain for the sake of complaining. But a lot of times there are nuggets in there that you can learn from and try to avoid landmines, you know.
Well, and sometimes it doesn't take a lot to get a positive result from one of those. Like if they bring a good, you have to listen. They bring an idea to you. If you can meet them halfway or even go, you know what, we didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Now, them being on that negative side, they start feeling like, okay, they're addressing some of these concerns.
Oh, and wow, I just found out that we can change that in the system. Now, then the next thing that happens is you get flooded with requests to make those kinds of changes. And you're not going to be able to keep up. And the only way you would be able to keep up is to make those changes in a vacuum without really thinking them through. So that's another pro tip for I just went live, now what? You need to have a list of ideas and requests. You need a suggestion box.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I did this before go live, and it's actually funny because it was a very good day. I remember it. It was like literally right before the whole world shut down for COVID. I essentially brought in who I handpicked as my Uber users from all of our different branches. We brought in like 10 people, all the way from branch managers to just really good inside sales people to some warehouse people. You know, we tried to cherry pick people, and we just sat them. We set up like basically like a classroom. We set up, we gave them paperwork, said, here, go enter these orders. And that's where some of this feedback came from before go live. And again, I know we're talking post go live.
No, but I mean, this stuff still applies because, like, you know, and again, it's going to be impossible for us to put timestamps on this because we're going to go down a lot of tangents. But like you just even said, I brought in my 10 Uber users. Well, how do you even choose those people? I see that mistake get made a lot. Oh, Wally's really good with computers, so we're going to make him the Uber user. Or Jimmy, you know, he's like 24 and really understands Excel, so you know, he's going to be our Uber user. No.
It's the person you're going to call when you're like, who are you going to call when you have an issue currently?
Yes.
Those are the people that you bring in.
2 traits. Number 1, they need to have natural problem solving skills. They need to be able to think critically. Number 2, and this is the bonus round, if you can pull this off, they need to have influence in their sphere. You pick the person out of the branch that's E.F. Hutton, which I know I just dated myself huge there. When you don't remember that commercial? When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. Oh my God.
You're not even that much older than me.
I'm just gonna head out now.
I mean, I know it's hard to discern that from my background, but you're not that much older than me.
That hurt. That really hurt.
Anyways.
Anyway, yeah, so no, you need to bring in the person that has influence, somebody that people respect and listen to. It doesn't matter if they're a P21 expert or whatever. They need to be able to think on their feet. They need to be able to parse information, and they need to be able to influence the people around them. Because if that person morale is contagious, right? In both directions. If your Uber user has a good attitude, that's going to spread like a contagion to everyone else. If your Uber user has a foul attitude, it's going to have the same effect. It's going to spread like a contagion throughout the office. So, you know, again, you're right. The horse is out of the barn if you just went live yesterday. But it's never too late to get the right person on the bus.
Yeah.
You
know? What else do we got in here?
We did inline search, which I think was a very good one. There's one thing I want to I want to hit this one frustration point that I see a lot. Okay. And I just want to remind everybody there's light at the end of this tunnel.
All right. I got another one too. So
if you can't find the order that you're trying to look up, remember, it's all based on this quote box. When the
I think I did a video on that.
Yeah. When the quote box is checked, I'm sorry to tell you, you are only searching quotes.
Yep.
When the quote box is unchecked, you are only searching orders. Now, in our deployment, I just said I refuse to accept that this is the way this system works. I'm going to reach out to Epicor and surely there's a hidden system setting or something that will nope, there's not. We actually created our own search screen because for us, when we went live, we came off of another ticketing system. We imported every ticket we had ever done since the beginning of the company into P21 because we needed that history, and we imported them as service quotes. Mm-hmm. So when we're looking up customer history, I need to be able to see across both quotes and orders. So we had to build our own search capability. That just had to happen.
If you go into the actual search window, I think you are still able to do both. So if you actually go in there,
I mean, we can try it, but
all over to the right, I think there's actually a there's the source type. So that source type.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the results I get if I search orders, and then if I check quote, completely different search result.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. For some reason, I thought when you went in there, it was, I guess it's source type.
Yeah.
But I thought there was a way you could add a type in there with a dyna change or quote yes or no.
Well, you can dyna change it in, but it doesn't change the underlying search. It just means everything's going to be quote or everything's going to be order. So we've been at it for right about an hour. I know we're about to go heavy into the transaction windows. You want to take 5 minutes, kind of reset and get ready to do that?
Well, I want to give one more just
okay
ease of life before we start entering stuff. So there's 500 tabs on every screen you go to. And this isn't just quote to order. This is every screen. You can drag and drop those. You can right click on them and pin them. I recommend, and again, and when you pin something, it goes all the way to the left. And then you can organize those.
Yeah.
That is user specific. So if you're somebody that's using 2 or 3 tabs if you're doing Shimpo info, I recommend moving to the other tab but whatever. If there's promise dates, tasks, any of these things that maybe get pushed off, pin them to the side, organize them the way you want to, so they're always there. And you can also close ones that you don't need. So if you right click on that and close, it doesn't delete it. Go back to the 3 dots. There is a scroll up, close tabs that just shows you all the ones that you've closed. Once you select it, it puts it back up on your bar.
Yep.
So, and again, that goes for every screen you're in and for P21. If you live in sales or if you live in purchase or whatever you do, take a few minutes when you first get in here and you set it up the way you're comfortable with. Just to make your stuff quicker to get to.
Yep.
And uncheck the quote box. There was one other note I wanted to make, just because you were talking. If you're a user and you come in here and you see create transfer and create RFQ PO checked, that doesn't mean that's what you're going to do.
Right.
It means you have the ability to do that if you have a T line or if you have a D or S.
Yeah.
So don't go in there and try to uncheck them. Just leave them.
Yeah.
Unless you're actually doing one of those functions. It reads dumb. It reads as, oh, I'm going to create a transfer. Mm-hmm. No, it just means you have the ability to create a transfer, which is a user setting. Sorry.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the inquiry windows. We're going to run through those, particularly Matt's favorite, which is transaction master inquiry. And we look forward to seeing you guys in 5 minutes. All right, we're back. And okay, I'm looking over your shoulder or next to your shoulder. That looks like the knight from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
That is the knight.
Well,
And
we need a close up of that.
Of the knight.
Yeah, man, that's cool. That's really cool. I like that. And then you got Jones Sr. next to him.
Yeah.
Sean Connery.
Little Sean Connery action going on here.
Very nice. Very nice.
I like to mix it up. What's behind me? I find, and again, we'll get back on topic. I used to blur my background in every call I was on, and then I accidentally left it off on a call, and it started. At least I should say, since I've been here, though I think it's one of the reasons I got my job here. It is my room, but it's been a good icebreaker for some customers.
Yep.
And also, they ask questions,
Yeah.
so I'm not the only one asking questions, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I love it. I enjoy seeing how you change it up over time. So, excuse me. Wow. I keep trying to reach for my mic volume and cut it before I cough. I feel bad. All right, so we've been talking about just a lot of different things, but I think for our rank and file users, Matt, people that are just in there trying to get transactions done, let's talk inquiry screens, because I think again this is a place where we miss a lot, or where users miss a lot in the early days, just finding information. So maybe let's talk through some places that we like to find information.
Yeah, I mean, there are two types of information screens, I would say, in P21. The most common ones are your inquiry screens and then your drill downs. I think drill downs are very useful for what the name says, when you're really trying to focus in on just maybe one transaction, or one, like you're really trying to fine tune digging into that information. But I think the inquiry screens are probably more useful for your general users. And we can go with, there's a customer master inquiry, item master inquiry, was it vendor supplier management? It's technically not an inquiry screen, but I kind of put it in the same, it's a little bit more in depth than inquiry screen. And obviously my favorite is transaction mastering.
All right, so let's, I'm going to do a quick aside, which I should have covered this before, but I just thought of it when I opened the ribbon up. Two things to make your life easier. Number one, realize that all of your main transaction screens are on the application tab. So they're right here in this master inquiry part of the ribbon on application. And then the other thing to remember is that anything that you put into your My menu, right? So all that stuff that you put into your favorites, it gets in here too. So so just keep that in mind. Now mine's got all these wireless warehouse ones because in my wireless profile on this machine, I have those 4 on there. But see, there's orders and shipping, and I'm over here and I've got orders and shipping.
Well, let's take it. I'm going to take one step back from that, and then I want to come back to my menu thing, because we didn't really talk about. Again, it's pretty self-explanatory. But go to the home portal for me, and open up the tree menus. And this is newer versions, which it's funny because when we talk about change, not liking change, when this change happened, I wasn't a fan. It used to be in the older versions, your favorites were the top of the list, and then below it was all the trees of stuff. Yeah, take the search out of there for me. But in later versions, they've split them, and I actually, once I got over me not liking change, I came accustomed to it. But when you start off, the first time, you're just going to have a menu, and it's just a tree menu. As you click each one, it just opens up. So click on orders, and then you're going to have sub folders and subfolders and subfolders. Once you find something, whether searching or this way, if you click the star, that's what adds it to your favorite list. So now if you go to your favorites, it's right there. Now the cool part about the having two menus, when you're searching up the top, if you're selected on favorites, it's only searching your favorites.
Yeah.
So if you only use like drill down, if you type in drill down in the main menu, there's tons of them. And you may not see them all because of menu designer, which we can talk about. But if you only have one or two drill downs that you use and you have them in your favorites, when you search drill down, it's only going to have those few that you have in there.
Yeah.
So that's pretty basic of it. Now, I will say the downside for me for the favorites, and it's something that, again, I sound hypocritical. In my legacy system that I spent almost 20 years of my life in, I could create subfolders of my favorites. These are all my ones related to orders. These are all my ones related to POs. You can't do that in the screen. You can't order them in any way on your favorites tab. On your favorite, here's the interesting part. If you go to your favorites tab, they are done alphabetically. Get your search out of there. So they go in order alphabetically. If you go to order entry screen and look at my menu, it's in the order that you've added them. So that's why RMA is third, because it was the most current one. But if you go to your home portal, it's the second one, because alphabetically it comes before shipping. So for most users, that's probably not going to be a problem, because if you're a sales guy, inside sales, you're probably only going to have about 5 or 6 favorites that you're using every day.
Yeah.
But when you're an administrator type or a manager type where you're dealing with a bunch of different things, I find that my menu becomes less useful because it's chaotic.
And I hate to even suggest this, but once you get to the point where you have a lot of favorites and they're not showing up in the My menu where you want them, you may need to unfavorite everything, and then go back
use everything every day,
and then go back and refavorite them in the order that you want them to show up. It's horrifying. I am with you. I don't like it, but you know.
And I've talked to guys at Epicor before, and they're like, "Yeah, you know, we've heard that before,"
and yet it's still a problem.
But then this was their answer to it, I guess. Eventually, we may see it, but I'll be honest with you. When you really start using P21 and really understanding smart search or inline search, whatever you want to call it, I almost never use. I just search.
Yeah.
Just because it's easier for me, especially like one of my go to menu and just how smart this is. Type in P space O space RG, or not RG.
RE.
RE. No, how do you get port? No, port. It's PG. PO. Oh no, it's PO space RG.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Sorry, I had it space. If I was typing it, it would make more sense in my head. Trying to say it out loud, you put your G. Put a G after the So you type in porg in a weird way, and it gets you PO. It sounds stupid, but it's how my brain works now. When I type in porg, I type in PO space R space G, and it comes up. Or you can do a menu designer and add a sub thing that's just called porg.
Yep.
But anyways, sorry, I digress.
That's what this is. That's why it's a 4-hour live stream, so we can digress. Right?
I just sometimes when I get excited about this part of P21, because anybody that knows me here, I'm not a programmer, I'm not a coder. I'm more tactile on the front end of the system.
Yeah.
And so I get it. It's why we did the YouTube videos. It's why we're doing these live streams. To me, it's just like I wouldn't want to be a full-time trainer of P21, but I like teaching people about some P21.
Well, let's drop in like right off the bat and talk about items. I mean, we got to start with items, because items and inventory, that's your bread and butter for distribution. So, let's talk to me about
you kind of jumped into it.
Remember, we're in a panic here, right? Like we're in a panic. So, are we going to start the panic from order entry where it starts, or how do you want to do it?
I don't think. I think we can. Well,
I mean, first and foremost, like, okay, here's one that I see constantly. And then maybe you can use this and take it from there. It never fails. Somebody's in Porg, which I understand is not quote to cash, but they're in Porg. And there's a recommended quantity order, and they don't understand it, and they go to item master inquiry. That drives me bonkers. That because the information you're looking for is right there in Porg. You don't need to leave the window.
Right.
So, you know, in that vein, when you're in that panic and you're trying to understand where you're at with an order and what your inventory availability is and all of that kind of stuff, I mean, you've got information available to you right here. So like, hey, where's my, you know, chainsaw file? I ordered 1,500 of them. You don't have any. Are there any on order? Go to the PO screen. That's going to tell you if there's anything on order anywhere. Or is it PO Expert?
No, I was about to mention. So PO is for open POs.
Right.
POX transfers are for ones that are linked to
your order.
To your order that you're in. Yeah, I mean that's a great point. Like here's what not to do.
And honestly, Matt, before you go there, I wouldn't even go there first.
Yeah.
I would go to the commitment schedule first.
Yeah.
Because the commitment schedule is going to show you all of the ins and outs and what the stock position is expected to be in time order. Like that, that should be where you go.
If you're in an order and you're wanting information about that item, there's not a ton that you can't get from those tabs at the bottom. And what I was going to say, the issue with Item Master, my only downside to Item Master Inquiry is people have a tendency to start dyna changing and just putting tons of extra data in there, connecting to other tables, you know, just putting stuff that's not native in there. And I've seen systems where it takes 25 seconds for IMI to open up because it's trying to grab so much data at one time. I
mean,
if you're already in an order.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Another thing, like I hate fit to page. I'm just gonna say it. Some people like it. I despise
100.
it.
Everything is always 100.
I was changed it to 100. Absolutely.
I think there's
like
a system. So, sorry, I didn't mute. That is personal. You know, it's your user preference. It doesn't affect anybody else. But I believe there's a system setting by default. You can make it set to 100 or fit to page or whatever. I just can't remember where it's at. That doesn't mean that you can't. It's somewhere in there. I don't remember, or maybe it's. I don't remember. Is it under general, under system?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. If it was going to be somewhere, that's where I would think it would be there, or maybe interface.
There it is, default page size. So it's the last thing, or almost the last thing right there.
Yeah, and then you can override that for yourself.
Right. So if you're somebody that maybe fit to page for you, you're on a huge monitor and it's more than 100. So maybe change it to fit to page. But for most people, I recommend 100 because what you don't want to do is have to like click on different pages.
Yeah.
When it's 100, you can scroll, and it's easier to filter and search and look and. Anyways.
So just again, in that heat of battle, what's going on with this item from order entry? Just train yourself to hit the commitment schedule because you're going to get a lot of information very quickly.
Or you could pin it and have it closer to.
You could pin it and have it closer. Quantity available is there. What the lead time is. Assuming your lead times are fairly accurate.
We're not getting on that soapbox today.
Okay, all right, I'll do my best. Net stock, and then you're looking at what's happening with your net stock right here in time series order, with all these older orders and how many are on it, what the allocations are against it. You can, if you're trying to figure out should I source this from another warehouse, you can change over and look and see what that warehouse's situation is on it, and if there were POs against the item, they would be in here as well. This is the ultimate "Where's my stuff" tab, and at least 50% of the time, the users I interact with don't even know it exists. Don't even know.
I believe that. Is the quantity allocated there a drill down? Okay, it's not.
It is not.
So in cases for me where I'm, and we're not saying don't use item master because this information exists here. If you're already in order entry, try these first before you have to go looking somewhere else. Yes, it doesn't let you do it here. Technically, okay, you could create a drill down there, and the drill down I'm talking about is in item master inquiry. If you click on the allocated button or the drill down, it will take you to every order in your location that is being. It should open a whole new window, a drill down window.
Yep.
It'll show you the transactions that are holding that inventory up.
Yep.
So we would use this a lot where, again, people don't like allocation because X, Y, and Z. Sometimes it's just not using the system correctly, but whatever. It just gives you a quick, hey, here's where all this stuff's allocated. So if you need to go deallocate something manually,
you can find it.
You can find it.
And the other thing about it too is like, well, you know what? We'll come back to the drill down screens. I don't.
Yeah. It's a whole different.
But yeah, stock availability, POs, PO transfer, and commitment schedule. I mean, 90% of the questions you're going to have, you can answer from one of those 4 tabs, and you never have to leave anything. You never have to type in that item ID again. It's all right there.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to go open up another window, which again, you can get there quick by hitting F2 from here, which will open up item master inquiry.
Yep.
And I think there's actually a system setting where you can, it's either system setting or user setting where if I hit F2, it's either just going to reload the data into my currently open item master inquiry screen, or it will open up another one.
Yeah.
I don't remember where that setting is.
I don't
that way,
either.
so you don't have 1500. By default, I think it's this way. It's if you have one item master inquiry screen, and see, he hit F2 and it, updated the information.
And for me, the reason that I harp about this is item master inquiry is just that. It is a master inquiry. It is not tailor-made to a specific class of user. It's not tailor-made to sales. It's not tailor-made to purchasing or accounting. It's generalized for everybody. So you're going to get into item master inquiry, which is extremely powerful. We use it all the time. It's good. Don't get me wrong. But you're going to wade through a lot of different information to find what you're looking for. Whereas these screens from transaction windows, or these tabs that we're showing you from transaction windows, they're there because if you're in order entry, they're tailor-made with the customer service rep in mind, or the sales rep in mind, or whatever.
Right. You should be coming to item master inquiry. If you're a salesperson and you're in a sales order, use your tabs first. I would say most people that are coming to item master inquiry are dealing with questions about an item that aren't necessarily pertain to a particular order.
Yeah.
They're just, hey, I went to the shelf and I can't find these washers. This is a place where you can see a lot of the ins and outs. You can see literally everything about this item. But like you said, most of it's for a lot of different people. Mm-hmm. It's not just purchasing. It's not just sales. It's not just, there's really nothing for accounting based in here.
But I mean, there's just an unbelievable amount of stuff. Now, if you're tracking lots and you have a recall on a lot, this is a great screen for like who bought what lot, who got that lot. Looking at things that have happened historically from an item perspective, it's really good for that. Or if you're trying to find all the open orders or quotes or whatever, it's really good for that as well. There's a lot of great stuff in here. There's a lot of repeats in here. But my point being is you're going to be faster sticking to the screen that you're in as much as you possibly can. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's
no, you're right. Can you clear this? I want to kind of start from the criteria tab since you anybody that hasn't watched this before, Andy likes to click.
I only do it to annoy Matt. I just want to make that
Oh.
clear. I don't really act this way in real life. It's just I know it drives him crazy, so it's like, oh, I'm just going to click that and see what,
So
see what he says.
if you're hitting F2 from another screen, it kind of fills in the criteria for you and kind of goes forward. This is just, you can put, if you leave the location 0 or blank to 999, it's going to show you every location. And obviously you just put your item ID. Now there's something else I want to point out here is this. I don't understand why like the class stuff and all that is on this. I never understood that, because once you load the criteria, you'd have to come back to it to see the class. But whatever. This starting date, I've seen that tie up so many people and get them wrapped around the axle, confused why they can't see something. So what will happen is we have ours set by default to go back 30 days. It's a system setting wide. I've seen some people do it a year. So you get a year. The issue is, so go ahead and pull your item back up and then go to like an open PO or open order. Let's just go to open order because there's probably more open orders. So that date carries over to a lot of these tabs. You can see it there. Now you may go and look, well, crap, I have X amount of committed, but I can only find, this one sales order. He changed the date back a year, and now that data has, expanded. One thing that I saw happen was we did that. We went 2 years back, 3 years back, couldn't find it. Somebody had fat fingered the date on a PO, and it was like 15 years back. We weren't even in the system then. So if all else fails, set it back to the beginning of the time, which is 1990, I believe, as far as P21's concerned. I've seen that trip over a lot of people. Now, the cool thing is it will, if you click, I don't know if any of these have pick tickets. There's the main window, and then there's preview window. And we're not going to go over all these tabs, but they kind of do the same way. So there you go. So there's a pick ticket on this order, and it just kind of breaks it down. And you can just keep drilling at, and you just keep going and going. I recommend when you're new to P21, you're not just gonna get it, right? You're not gonna remember where all this stuff is, and you're never gonna know everything.
Wow.
But good Lord.
That's a serious credit violation right there. Must be a deadbeat.
And you'll get accustomed to them, but you're gonna have to go in there and play with them.
Yeah.
And just like I said in the other, if you're not a purchasing person, like if you're not concerned about usage and hide those, or close them, make it more tailored for you.
Yeah.
To make your experience easier.
This one, I don't know. It's like this one. Look, Matt, I want to create a PO for this just right quick because I want to show like what the commitment schedule looks like when it's really flushed out. I know that I keep harping about that one, but I just like, I want people to love that tab. I really do, because I find it to be one of the most intuitive things to look at as far as what's going on. Because here's the problem. You can't just look at the PO in a vacuum and say, oh, we have 100 coming in a week from now. If there's 150 tied up on sales orders that were in before yours is about to go in, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Let's see here. 10.
So I don't know why you were typing that in. So in an order entry, if you type in a ship to ID, it auto-populates the customer ID. So my brain goes, well, cool. Let me do that with supplier ID. So it pulls in the vendor. Yeah, you have to put a vendor in first before you can select the supplier ID.
It's definitely weird.
I don't know. Just because.
All right, I think this is good enough. Like I said, it doesn't have to be crazy. I just wanted it to drive some results in IMI. Oh, here's another thing that people doesn't know. They don't know it exists. Go back to the criteria tab, right mouse button, and refresh data.
Yep.
And if you need to reload an item, that's how you do it. All right, then we get over here and find our commitment schedule for this item. And there you go. So you can see like it's telling me, okay, I've got 2 going out, 400 going out, 6, blah, 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 blah. And then down here at the bottom, here's that PO I just put in, and it's due in, and it's due. And see, this date here is adaptive to what the transaction is. So it's the due date on a purchase order, but I think it's the required date or maybe the expedite date on a sales order.
Yeah.
I think it's the required date. And then your promise dates are over here if you're using them as well, so you can kind of see the difference. But right here, it's also giving you a running list of what's going on with the net stock. So as you can see, like we're at 53.26 on March 4th, and then when we receive this in, which is expected on March 13th, we'll go to 54.26. So again, more POs, more orders are all going to be interspersed, but they're all going to be sorted based on when they're going to happen. What else do you like in Item Master Inquiry?
I don't know if I like it, but you technically can't. So here's my big downside for Item Master Inquiry.
Okay.
It's a single item inquiry. So if you're trying to do research on a line of product, this isn't it. Like, this is all about one item.
Yeah.
Now if you're lucky and your items are in sequential naming convention or whatever, there are left and right arrows that will take you to the next and previous.
Mm-hmm.
You can do them up at the top up there, or if you go to the criteria, you can always right click and hit previous. So I don't love that, and without some customization, not on this screen, but just it's tough to get like let me look at this product line view.
Yeah, that you're going to be building a portal or something in Report Studio for that, for sure.
Yeah. But if you're trying to, while we're in here, the Ledger tab, it's very similar, I think, to it.
It's the lineage. It's the lineage of the item. Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily only show you posted transactions; it shows you all pending transactions as well. So like if you see order, that it's on an order.
Yeah.
If it's on a purchase order, it's very useful information, but it's a lot of information. I modified this with some Dyna changes because my job, I was the quote unquote one of the problem solvers. And so I added some stuff in there to make some, but
I really thought you were going to say you were one of the problem children.
I probably was that too. While we're on here, and again, I know we're going all over the place, but there's just so much in P21 for somebody that's new. Anytime you see these grids, everything in P21 is filterable.
Yep.
Some actually have like a text box you can type in, but if they have those 3 dots, it's a filterable thing. If you click on them, it'll sort them, descending, ascending, or you can right click and do it that way as well. You can drag and drop your columns around. Now I will say this, that is user specific.
Yeah.
But if somebody comes in and does a Dyna change on one of these screens, it resets everybody to whatever that Dyna change that was just saved.
Correct. Yeah, because your customization is on top of the current version of the screen.
So just keep that in mind. If you log in and see, well, crap, quantity used to be the first thing, and now it's not. It's because somebody did a Dyna change on that screen that affected your user or your role.
If by chance this is another big one that's going to happen to you when you're first into P21, more than likely, you're going to be missing inventory. You're going to be chasing stuff around and trying to find it. If you're tracking lots and or bins, these 2 tabs I think are really helpful for that. So you can go into, like, say, the bin tab, and this is going to show you, okay, this is where the system thinks all of your bins are. Now, the nice thing about that is down here, you get lot information. And then even below that, you would get transaction information. But what I really wanted to get to was there's an option here to show empty bins. Why would you use that? Because it's going to show you places where the system thinks that item used to be. And if somebody moved it in the system but didn't move it physically, it's a really great tool to be able to go back and say, well, okay, wait a minute. There might be some in the shipping bin. There may be some in AP01 or whatever.
Yeah, and I don't, is there a function to clear out history? I know you can do it if you are on prem and you can just go.
There's a roll up screen that purges out all of the zero.
Okay. The only reason I'm advocating doing that, I just know that if it comes about cycle counts.
Yeah.
If you're using bins and you don't exclude like zero quantity bins,
you're going to get a lot of bins. Yeah.
If that item has been in 100 bins in your warehouse, you're probably going to get a lot of extra bins to count.
So here's my best practice recommendation for that, Matt. This is just based on my experience. Do your cycle count, and once your cycle counts or your physical inventory or whatever, but once you've been through the cycle and you know everything's counted and squared away, that's when you purge your old bin history.
Yeah.
And
especially if you do like a year in inventory or a quarterly inventory. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, that way it doesn't build up over time, but you still have enough history to get you back to the last time you know it was a good number.
And I do think cycle counts, physical, all that's a good topic for one day. And we do have some videos. If anybody watching this is like, oh crap, we didn't even think about how we're going to do our year inventory. Not that we ever had a customer that had that happen.
Never, not once.
Never, not once.
Oh gosh.
God rest their soul.
Yeah, buddy. So anyway, these are just great tools for trying to figure stuff out and find, when you're in a tizzy and you're like, I don't know what this item is. These are great ways to do it.
And these inquiry screens in particular, you're not doing anything. You're not hurt. It's just looking at the data. So spend time understanding the data, and anytime you see, that's something we didn't call out, the little box with an arrow. If you see that,
it's clickable.
It means it's clickable. It means it's going to a drill down. And whether there are drill downs that are just out of the box drill downs. Some of them are super useful. Some of them are horrible. But you can also create designated people can create drill downs. Mm-hmm. Do not let everybody do that, because you will have bad results.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they work, and sometimes, like this document number field, that's not a good one to do a drill down on, because
it could mean so many different things.
Right. And it's a 1-to-1. So one column can have one target where it's going. So if you have different types of transactions, it's not going to work. It's going to try to take you to sales order, even though you clicked on a PO number.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not intelligent enough to do that. Now, if you're in a PO specific screen or a sales, then it's safer to do that. You went into another drill down. I mean, really, I don't want to spend 1 million hours on Item Master Inquiry other than.
No, I think we've hit the highlights. I mean,
and just play. Just look at the information, determine what is important to your role, your day-to-day job, try to organize it the best you can. I will again caution to saying, hey, we need to add this. Hey, we need to add this. Hey, we need to add this. Hey, we need to add a calculated field here. Speaking from personal experience, it can make this screen very not usable.
Yeah, I mean, no question. And again, just to illustrate the shortcut Matt was talking about earlier, if you do need to go to Item Master Inquiry and you're in a transaction window, so like I'm highlighted on this 418-00, if I push F2 from here, it's going to bring that item up. That is a really nice feature of P21 for like just F2 and I'm in. Now, again, I'm still going to impress upon people, try to use as much as you can from the transaction window, but if you've got to jump out, F2, and you're going to get there.
Yeah. Well, and if you're in a shipping screen, if you're in any screen that has an item listed and you hit F2, it's going to take you to item master inquiry.
Precisely.
And just like if you're in a sales order and you hit F8, it's going to take you to the customer master inquiry.
Was that a segue? It sounded like a segue.
It might have been a segue.
Well, let's do that then.
You can hit F8, or you can. There's a drill down box next to customer ID, which is going to take you to customer master inquiry. Now, I will say this screen, even though it's an inquiry screen, there are still some things that you can change in here that you may not want people to be able to change.
Yeah, like these classes. If somebody changes a class and for whatever reason decides to hit the save button, it's there.
If they accidentally start typing over the address field, and hit it will change their. I don't know why it's like that.
So look, if you guys look, there's a very quick way to solve this problem if you have business rules. Okay, we've written this business rule a million times. It's called cancel save always, and you just attach it to the save event, and it always returns false, and it basically disables the save button. So that's a very easy way to keep stuff in an inquiry screen from getting messed up. So it is possible to fix that stuff if you're having that problem.
The only downside to that is this is the best way to add contacts to a customer.
Yes, it is. That is absolutely true.
Because you can't do it in customer maintenance. You have to do it in customer inquiry.
You could do it in contact maintenance, but it's not.
You can do
fun.
it in contact maintenance, but that's not very.
It's not fun.
Intuitive.
No.
Because this one now you can't. Yeah, actually, you can create contacts here, not even just add them. You can create them from here. So
yeah.
But anyway, sorry, that was just my. To the right, there's this fancy looking graph that I've never actually used for anything, but I'm sure somebody that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, the blue line is showing you what's happened in the last 12 months as far as their sales bookings. And then the orange line is the 12 months before that. So in a system where you have constant activity going, it is giving you sort of a quick look at what their sales trends are. That's all I have to say about that.
I broke it in my system.
Good job.
Because I was trying to do a dyna change. And some screens are not, even though that's one tab, they're broken into
multiple views.
Multiple views. And when I did it, it just like just gave it like the smallest. So it was all just bunched up, and I couldn't undo it. Like I had to just delete all my dyna changes completely.
It happens.
But this is more, to me. Customer master inquiry is very useful for your credit teams, and your CS, right? Your customer service people. But I still think some of this data is available in order entry if you're in an order.
Some of it is, yeah. And look, you're tapping into a subject right now that is kind of near and dear to me, and that is managing credit. If allocation is the number one thing that drives people bananas in P21 at the beginning, credit's probably number two. And I think the reason for that is there's not enough thought put into the implementation process of how you're going to set credit up for your customers. Not only what credit status they're in, but what the overarching system settings are around things going on hold. So a good example of that would be just right off the top is the system setting. Let's see if I can find it right quick. It's called days overdue for credit hold.
Is this the Mulligan one where you can?
This is like no matter what happens, if a customer hits this number in days overdue, that order's going on hold.
I was thinking about there's a setting in customer maintenance where you can basically give them a buffer. So even if technically they should go overdue, if they're on net 15 or whatever, you can add days to it, because in my testing system I always made it 1,000, so my orders never went on credit hold.
Yeah. So this is days overdue for credit hold. In this system, it's set at 90 days. And so this is, this is one of those things where you're saying, if a customer gets out on me 90 days, and that's based on this aging basis, whether it's due date or invoice date. So if they're more than 90 days past due, we are going to put that order on hold. I think one of the key issues is there's not enough training around how the holds work in P21. So like you can have certain credit statuses set up to where every order goes on hold. Why would you do that? Because the customer's credit risk. So you use that as a tool to understand that this customer is trying to get into you for some amount of money. Then you can have credit statuses that it doesn't matter if they go over their credit limit or what. You just keep the order auto approves. And that's fine. You can have those. We have those. But underneath all of that, there is that days overdue for credit hold that says if they cross this line, they're going on hold. Now, this can be overridden at the customer level. My point is this. Your credit holds need to mean something. Matt, they all mean something to me here because I'm the one that's making the rules. But is it a fair statement to say if an order goes on hold at Atlas, which by the way, just for all those out there, our previous system did not have the concept of credit hold in it. And one of the things that attracted us to coming to P21, apart from the fact that we knew we could modify it to do what we wanted it to do, I think it does credit hold and credit management really, really, really well. I wanted that. I wanted to control credit risk as tightly as I wanted to control it. So I think it's probably fair to say at Atlas, if an order goes into our accounts receivable hold portal, there's a reason. Like stuff doesn't get there on accident. Is that?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like
Yeah.
it's, and because we have it dialed in,
Yeah.
when it pops up, it gets noticed.
Yep.
And dealt with and understood that this isn't just it's just like anything. If there's a warning that pops up 75% of the time,
Nobody pays attention to it.
Nobody pays attention to it. Somebody's going to have a friend that has access to validate orders.
Yep.
And you're just going to have people going, you know what? They're not really on hold. It's just, we don't have it set up right.
Yeah.
And
Or I'll
so
just print the order acknowledgement. We'll pull from that. And then when they release it, I'll do the pick ticket. And that never happens.
If your orders are going on hold willy-nilly,
you got a problem.
Yeah.
You really
then either you have a terrible industry.
Yeah.
maybe the case, or you just don't have your credit settings right. And we talk about those people that, hey, when they come to you and say, hey, why is this happening? Can we do something about this? The flip side of those people are the people that don't say anything.
Yep.
And so I would encourage anybody that, I don't care if you've been on the system for 5 years. Maybe I don't want to use this phrase, but I'll use it. If you see something, say something.
Yeah.
Like, if it's annoying you, it's probably annoying a half dozen other people.
Yeah, minimum. And there have been times where, we've had that conversation internally. It's like, hey, this customer keeps going on hold. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I have them on watch status. I want every order. I want to know every time they want us to do something. And then, a few months goes by and it's a pain in the butt for me to have to sit there and manage that portal. But what happens invariably is every time one goes on hold, I go into customer master inquiry right here and I look at their credit history. And what I'm looking at in their credit history is this average fast and slow days. How far inside or outside of terms are they paying? So if this number's negative, that means they're paying faster than terms. If the number is positive, it's beyond terms. Now we're net due on receipt, so everything for us is always a positive number. But typically people get put on watch status if I have to chase them 45, 50 days, whatever it is. If it gets to the point where like every month I'm having to have a conversation, try to get paid, they go on watch. And then we stay on top of it. And eventually what I see is 45 becomes 30, becomes 15, becomes 10. And I'm like, okay, I'm good with this now. And they go back on to a standard credit status, and I'm not having to approve every order. Credit management is really, really important. It's important, number one, to keep your ability to service your customers where it needs to be. You don't want to be delaying customer orders if there's no need to. But conversely, and more importantly, it doesn't matter what your margin is on an order. If you never get paid for it, your margin was zero, period. And, you know, distributors just like us on the service side, we're all incurring the cost up front and then extending credit to the customer. For us, it's just the cost of the people's time to do the work. For a distributor, it's the cost of the material and all the overhead that goes with it. So, you know, I think this is kind of a go-to for me. Credit history is really good. The credit tab is okay. It just kind of tells you how the customer's set up. And then credit status, I think, is also very good because you get a lot of information about how much of their credit limited they've used, what's their open order amount, when was that account opened up, their average days of sales of outstanding is out there, how much they're spending. Everything is here. So it's really good for that.
And I will say with this screen,
you want to go back to it?
No, just customer master inquiry in general. The downside is I wish there was a sales rep version.
Yeah.
An accounting version, because now there are some smaller companies that are not going to care that you see all the ins and outs of these people's, you know, invoices, cash collect, all this stuff. There are some people that are not going. So it's almost like you need two different. Yeah, and I know you can dyna change out permissions for tabs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But just keep that in mind that.
So I'm just throwing this up there because Matt brings up a good point. It's not a feature I use very often at all. But if you are in that situation where you don't want groups of people seeing certain tabs, you can remove those tabs and create a DynaChange version for their role. It's in the tab designer. Great feature. Just something to keep in mind. It's out there.
Yeah. And again, it's go to that category of stuff. Like one or two people need to be able to do that. Hey, I want to do a callback for you. Can you go to the which one was the one that showed how late they were?
Yep, right here.
So see how there's 66 items and how annoying that is? If that was set to 100, it's just one page of 66 items.
Yep. And for me, like I'm looking at that average fast and slow days and I'm rolling back probably 6 to 12 months just to kind of see what's going on. And, you know, I'm looking at these tabs to make decisions about how conservative or, you know, how loose I'm going to be with approving an order or, you know, how we're going to make decisions about what we're going to go forward with for a customer or whatever. Their invoice histories here, it starts with their open invoices by default. You can check a checkbox to see all of them. And then those are drillable, which is great. But to Matt's point, it's also horrible because you can go in there and print the invoice next. And that, you know, that creates its own issues. Open quotes, open orders, RMAs, order history. Have you ever looked at Sales Master Inquiry?
No.
Oh, we're going to have fun with that. That is one of my favorite screens because whereas all of these are very much transactional, Sales Master Inquiry will give you a lot more information as far as like from an analytics perspective, but we'll come back to that one after you get through yours. I was trying to think of other ones in here that I really like. There's some summarization stuff by item, by product group that's good. But really and truly for me, I think this is the place I'm coming most of the time to see where we stand with a customer. That's just kind of my go-to. So,
can you go to customer notes real quick? I wanted to see something real quick. Notes in P21 are a pain. Yeah, that's what I thought. So some areas you actually have to go into a particular module to add a note on a customer, which is useful for, like we'll use it sometimes in our system for a customer that, hey, only this person is allowed to approve,
right.
tickets, or, or make sure you also email so-and-so when you place this. And there's these notes, and again, I think I did a video on notes in general, and they all kind of work the same, but transactional notes you can do during the transaction. So like sales orders, POs, you can do those while you're in there. Item ones, customer ones, vendor ones, you need to go into the notepad maintenance for those particular areas, but then you can choose to have them mandatory or viewable in different areas. And so it's just one of those, to me, and you can have multiple notes.
Yeah.
And if you do mark it as mandatory, when you pull up that customer, it's going to open up, or that sales order, wherever it's selected area, it's going to make you see it.
Now, here's the fastest way to make your notepads irrelevant. Mark them all mandatory and add them to every area.
Yeah, don't do that.
You will create information overload, and no one will read anything anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think we maybe have 2 customers in our system that probably have a mandatory note. But I just wanted to put it out there just because I couldn't remember for sure if you could add it there or not. I just need to verify that.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I wanted to call.
That's a good one. Okay, so we're out of CMI. Where do you want to go next?
Well, let's actually, we're going to jump down the script a little bit just because I want to stay in the inquiry conversation.
Okay.
Let's do TMI, which I love that it's TMI.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of fits.
It does fit. It's transaction master inquiry or too much information. For those playing at home, you can also do Control Alt or Control F10 on your keyboard. If you were on the desktop version, you were able to hit F10. On the web version, F10 does something different in web browsers.
Yeah.
So this is, and I find it funny though. I've actually met a lot of people that don't. That would have been a good thing to talk about. That you just did.
Sorry.
You and your clicking. What he just blew past was in the current versions of the web version of P21, it will warn you if you are closing a window that has a transaction that hasn't been saved.
Yeah.
In previous, like when I first went live on the web version, it didn't care.
Yeah.
It just closed it. And then you get weird T status things and all kinds of problems that happen. Log out, close your windows. Don't just close your browser.
Oh, I thought you were telling me to do that. I'm like, no. Why?
All right. So TMI for me is not for everybody. Not saying everybody shouldn't use it for certain things, but when I think about TMI, I think about as a manager sitting down at his location or his whole business, if it's just one location, and going, where am I at with blah? And this has everything in it, whether it's orders, pick tickets, or what they call shipments, POs. I mean, anything and everything transactionally wise, not accounting based, is covered here. And you generally land on the summary page, which takes you how many. Now, I think by default you can set, there's a user setting that will tell it to only be your primary location.
Right.
If you don't have that set and you go into it, it's just going to have every location, but it automatically goes back. Even though we have our system setting to only go back 30 days, Transaction Master Inquiry goes back to the beginning of time,
which can make it feel really slow. So if it's dragging Let's
Yep.
move that
Yep.
date forward to something that is useful for you.
Right. So go back to summary. So you'll land on the summary tab, which all these drill downs do are going to just take you to other tabs within here.
Mm-hmm.
But it just gives you a quick glimpse of, I got 93 open orders. I have one that's unapproved. So we would use this for unapproved POs or unapproved sales orders that, maybe need some manager attention. And again, you can accomplish a lot of this stuff with portals and stuff like that, but it all lives here already. Now you can't do anything with it from here because it's just an inquiry. Technically, I guess we could maybe do a right mouse button rule that would allow you to maybe do something.
Well, there is some context sensitive stuff here. I mean, if you right click on the customer ID, I mean, obviously you could also just click on the drill and go to CMI, but that's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing that I would say is, so click on the order number drill down. This is one of the most useless out of the box drill downs. You're already in an inquiry screen, unless we've made a change in this system.
No,
we're just going to take you to basically a bigger version of an inquiry of that. You can't do anything in this screen. So when you have your team of people that are able to do navigation, dyna changes, make this go to order entry.
Yeah.
It
is way more useful. There's in a high utilization environment, there are some pitfalls to it.
Right.
And the main pitfalls are going to be people stepping on each other in the same order.
Right.
So in that instance, order drill down makes sense because it's not putting the order into T status. You don't have to worry about people making changes and things like that.
But if you're trying to use it to quickly get to something to actually do something, then this ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But to me, the most important one, and again, there's a million of them in here, is the shipments tab. The shipments tab is it's your pick tickets.
Yep.
Which I love. They call it transfer pick ticket. They call it production order pick ticket. But for pick tickets, they call it shipments. Because theoretically, when you create a pick ticket, it creates a shipment ID, which I think isn't it just the pick ticket number?
Yeah, it's the pick ticket number. Yeah.
So why not just call it?
Hey.
I don't know. This is the screen where we were talking about at the end of the day when somebody says, "We're done. We've shipped everything out." If you come in here and you have 20 pick tickets that have not been confirmed yet, you got a problem. We ran into this a lot where we had our own delivery system. We had our own trucks. And so they'd go out and make their deliveries. And then we would invoice them when they got back. Because we didn't want to have to do credit and rebills or RMAs if something shows up, whatever. And every day, I guarantee you, there was at least 2 or 3 orders that got stuck to something else that didn't get invoiced. If you do it that day or even that week, it's easier to track down. If you wait and find it, 2 months later, good luck.
Yeah, and good luck sending your customer an invoice for something that happened 2 months ago.
But yeah, we don't need to spend a lot. It's just a screen that I don't feel like a lot of people...
They don't know it even exists.
And maybe because it is a very broad spectrum version, and that's why I typically at my previous job, like our branch managers lived in this screen.
Yep. And
we even created, actually one of the tabs I created with Report Studio that I put in here was T status orders.
Yep.
So they could. We won't go into T status orders, but it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go into it just because we brought it up, and it is you first go live. That's not a problem that really reveals itself in testing because there's usually not enough people jumping up and down on the system for it to reveal. All right, so here's what T status means. There's a flag on the order header called completed, and you would expect it would be yes or no. There's a third status called T, and that gets set when you go into an order and start making changes to it. And it's not every change, which is even worse. But what happens is it goes into what's called a status T or a T lock. And that's what drives someone else getting into the order and saying, and getting that little pop-up that says order may be being edited by admin, blah, 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 blah. Or by whomever. And so it's the way that P21 tries to keep two people from editing the same order. And at the end of the day, it's not even going to let you do it, because if person A makes a change and then person B is in the screen and tries to make a change, they're going to get your changes could not be saved. Here's the issue. If somebody just drops out of P21 or loses their network connection or whatever, it is possible that T status will not get released. And so you will have orders that are not searchable by completed yes or completed.
And they don't get caught up in the pick ticket scan.
Yeah. So So it's a good thing to once in a while just look and see, well, is that order T-locked or whatever, and see if it is. If it is, then the fix is you just go into the order, open it. Yes, I understand somebody may be in, whatever, but they're really not. You know that. You go in and you save it, and that will set the status to whatever it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and it could be something that's going to be complete, or it can be something that's not complete. We also had an issue where we had some stuff that was getting brought into the system using the transactional API.
Yes.
That would leave stuff in T status sometimes, like PO receipt, not PO. Yeah, no, it was
production orders.
It was PO receipts that were then getting allocated to sales orders, and those sales orders would get stuck in T status.
That's interesting.
That's how we first, and we'd been on P21 for 6 months before we knew that was an issue. And the only reason that it triggered something was we were in the audit trail, and the user ID was the API user ID. Yeah. And then it went down that whole rabbit hole. So I would say, and we were a company that was at each location probably doing 100-ish orders a day. Once we got into control, it was probably like 5 or 6 orders a week that got stuck in T status. When we first went into it and realized how bad it was, company wide, we were at hundreds of orders that were in T status.
Yeah.
So you could either you can create something in Report Studio and make it a portal, or you can just create a portal the old-fashioned way, and just deal with it, or alerts. There's all kinds of different things you can do to.
Yeah, and I've just been sitting here as Matt's talking through this stuff, just kind of trying to display each of these tabs. You can look at your transfers that are sitting out there. You can look at transfer shipments. It says transfer pick ticket, but it's the transfer shipment window. You can look at transfer shipments that have been sitting. Like, why has that been sitting for 4 days? It should be gone. You can look at inventory returns, RMA. I mean, it's all here.
Is that's transfer inbound? Because it's not both. It's transfer outbound.
I believe it's outbound. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, because you can see the
it's outbound.
Source location is 10. Yeah, so I always found that because we did a lot of transfers. I don't like transfers in P21 at all.
There's things I like. There's things I don't like. There's shortcuts that I have learned to make things less painful.
There's concepts that I understand that they do, but I don't like it. Hey, while we're talking, I'm going to let you handle this question in the chat.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
It didn't have a question mark, so I thought it was a statement.
Mr. Bot.
Yeah, could be.
So yeah, anyways, transaction match require, it is just a fire hose of information for all your locations. I would advise having somebody that's focusing on a location if you have multiple locations, because it can get daunting.
Warehouse managers, branch managers, people that are trying to get their arms around everything that's going on inside of a location at a transactional level, this should be a go-to screen for them.
If you're a production manager,
yep,
this has your open. And there's difference between production orders, and I think there's another one for secondary.
Yeah, it's the process tab. Yep.
Process tab.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. But your departments may be dealing with both of those.
Well, let's jump over to Sales Master Inquiry.
Yeah, that's. I've been in P21 for a long time now, and I've never used that. That's a Salesforce automate. Is that?
It's part of CRM.
Okay.
So you can run this. You can set up, your own criteria, kind of like Pord, or you can just run it. So we're just going to run this for our company, and we'll just kind of leave everything else wide open. And you can run it down to specific sales reps. You can choose whether or not to include prospects, whatever. So once you run this, what you get is a list of your customers. And there's a lot to unpack here. But it's going to give you a pretty quick idea of what's going on with your customers. So let's start with this LB thing. That's leaders and bleeders, okay? A leader is when you look at their sales year over year. An A leader would be growing faster than 30%. A B would be 20 to 30. A C would be 10 to 20. If it's negative 10 to positive 10, the way that this criteria is set up, they would not have a leader bleeder grade. They would just be, hey, this customer's kind of maintaining. And then it's the same thing for bleeders. Your D, E, and F is the farther down that scale you go, the more sales you're losing year on year. So this gives you a really quick way to understand customers that are gaining sales or losing sales. This is something important to look after when you're changing systems, right? Another thing you can do is filter this down to days since first order or days since last order. So if you want to look at new customers, for instance, you could put in 60 days. I just want to look at customers who have given me their first order in the last 60 days. Okay. Or I want to look at customers who have not given me an order in more than 90 days, which this test system's pretty active. So, oops, not 1,030. I was trying to go for 10 there. Yeah. So here's this customer, their sales were growing, but they haven't given me an order in more than 10 days. You can knock this down to SIC codes, sales rep IDs, lead sources, like where you got them from. Matt, we should probably pull this for our P21 just to kind of get a feel for it. You can filter it by class.
Not on this call.
No. You can do it based on address stuff. But the stuff that you get here, this is where it gets interesting to me. You get these buckets of sales, which I think are good. And then like sales versus previous 365 days, which is good. What the variance is year over year. So that's kind of driving that leader bleeder definition. How much margin are you making on them? Based on cost of goods sold, commission cost, other costs. I love this. How much freight have you billed them? How much free freight have you given them? What's their open order value? How many orders have they given me in the last 60 days? Which then informs your average order size, and based on their frequency of order, how many days overdue are they for an order? See what I'm getting at? Value of open quotes, the number of quotes you've done in the last 365 days, your conversion rate if you use quote to order or convert to order. Opportunity values are there. When did you open the account? Hard touch, that gets into CRM if you use tasks, which is what all this is. What their DSOs are. I think there's even some stuff in here. I might have breezed over it. I bet you I did. Let me go back. There's even, I think, a column in here that shows returns the last 365 days, or there used to be. No, maybe not. I thought maybe it's a column that you can put in, but I thought there even used to be a column in here for the amount of returns they've done in the last year. If you're a sales rep and you're just trying to manage your customers, it's a great place to do it because you can filter it down to just your customers And you can start filtering your customer down, the way that that you want to look at them. Customers that like, I really today I need to focus on customers that that are down in sales. I'm not sure what that's people doing workarounds is. If I Soyo Scorpio, please feel free to expand on it. But anyway, so yeah, this is a really good screen in my opinion that not a lot of people know about to try to parse down customer level sales information very quickly.
I probably never used it because I'm not a salesman, so
That could be it. But again, it's one where when we talk to clients, a lot of them are like, I don't even know what you're talking about. What screen is that? So,
I always find screens. I always find it nice when I find screens I didn't know existed.
Yeah.
And are very useful.
Absolutely.
Kind of like vendor supplier management.
I knew that's where we were going.
So this one is not an inquiry screen per se, because there is actual.
Yeah, you can do stuff.
You can do stuff.
Actually, I did that wrong.
You have to put a vendor.
Yeah, I thought I was, but that was the location ID. Oops.
No. Vendor supplier management. It's pretty much everything you really need to see about a supplier / vendor. Now, some new people may not, the terminology vendor and supplier may be interchangeable depending on where you come from industry-wise or ERP previously. Before P21, we just had vendors, and then we had corporate vendors or whatever we called them. In P21, a vendor is somebody that you pay money to. Supplier, somebody that supplies you with product. I would say most people, it's 1-to-1.
Yeah, a lot of the times it is. But then you get into like big vendors, like 3M is one that we see for a lot of customers because they're ubiquitous, and there will be a single 3M vendor with 10 different suppliers because they represent 10 different divisions of 3M. The quarantine bin comment that we got in chat, I agree that is confusing for a lot of users. The way that it's supposed to work, and I don't remember the last time I actually put this to the test, but it seemed to work correctly the last time I did it. Quarantine bins, the way that that's designed is if you have an order and it's got 15 parts allocated to it, and then those 15 parts are put into quarantine, they will stay allocated to that order. But if you say there's 15 allocated and you put all 100 that you have into quarantine, the 15 should stay allocated to the existing order, but new orders placed for that item should not allocate. That's the way, if I remember correctly, that is designed to work. And it does cause confusion because it seems counterintuitive that some orders are allocating with quarantine and some aren't. I believe that's the way it's supposed to work. Anyway, sorry, sidebar. Wanted to address that in chat. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
It's like, what do we wait for? So if you did, like in our test one here, this vendor does have multiple suppliers assigned to it. And clicking on the supplier will change the information down below. So if you were trying to manage POs for the top supplier, you would click on that one and then go to PO management, which to me, I think PO management is the one where you can actually do, there was a place where you could actually change dates and stuff. There it is.
Yep.
So if you wanted to, this is some of those features that you can change in PO entry, the requested date, the actual, if it shipped, you can then fill, if you check the shipped box, you can then fill in the ship date. I don't know if I would say that this is the way I would necessarily manage it, because you're typically not going to be managing 14 POs at the same time.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
here's where I could see it being beneficial now. Not as much, let's say, in the desktop version. But if I'm trying to expedite out a purchase order, or if I'm trying to expedite an item from a supplier, giving me a way that I can come in here, go to PO management, knock it down to just that item, see every PO, and then get an answer from the supplier and update it right here. I like that. I also like the fact that you can see, like I said, I had to mess with the vertical on the screen a little bit, but you can actually see what transactions are linked to that line. I think, that also helps kind of inform your decisions a little bit.
And there's a filter option there. So if you do want to select, see where it says filtered by.
Yep.
You can,
so it's buyer, item description, item ID. So if I choose item ID, then I can put an item ID in.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to call out, just not that it's super important, but some people may not be aware of it. For the new people, in the middle of most screens, because most screens are split in two, there's a bar and then there's two arrows. The bar allows you to drag and drop. The arrow will immediately make basically the bottom screen full screen. So if you click on the arrow, it jumps everything up. And if you click the down arrow, it puts it back in the middle, and you click it again, it makes the top. So that's just, I saw you playing with it.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd call it out. It's just another, it was a little different in the desktop version and the original version of the web.
Yeah.
But once it got to later versions of web, it got very,
it's a little more intuitive. Yeah, for sure.
I think it used to be just up and down. I don't know if that dragging thing worked as well.
Well, and the thing is, on this screen, no, you're good. On this screen, it is vendor supplier management, and you can kind of think of this screen as vendors across the top, suppliers across the bottom.
Right.
That's kind of how
so
it's
once you've selected your supplier, there's no, maybe you don't really care about the stuff up there. You're just focusing on the items. You could do that. And if you like it, like right where he has it, when he logs out of the screen and goes back in, it'll remember where he left that.
What I find is the people that know about this screen are usually purchasing folks that are working the bottom half of the screen.
Yep.
I do find this gets overlooked by accounts payable folks.
Yeah.
The
top half.
And, like I can remember sitting in a customer's office and I had the owner and the main accounts payable person in the room together. And she looked at me and she's like, this guy is like, he out of the blue will constantly ask me, hey, how much money are we spending with this vendor? I'm like, well, just go to vendor supplier management. It's right there. You can go to their vendor statistics and it's going to quickly, look at your vendor payments per date range. Is that POs and receipts? No, it's payments. But that if you're just trying to get a quick idea of what you're doing with that vendor, this is a good way to do it because it's going to get you that information pretty quickly and give you a pretty fair idea of what your spend is because payments are generally going to follow purchases, right? Unless you're not paying your bills, and that's a whole different issue.
And then the checks tabs kind of breaks it down by checks that you cut and what invoice they were cut for.
Yeah, and again, date ranges on all this stuff, so you can adjust them out. Basic vendor information is there. There's a lot of good stuff in here. So again, I'm only bringing this up before we go further on the bottom half of the screen because, like I said before, I think this is a great spot for AP folks to jump into quickly, grab some information that they need, move on with their day. So anyway, that's all. Back to the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, this is mostly your sales guys are never going to go to the screen. There's no reason to.
No, I wouldn't think so.
There's some stuff in here that maybe you would never ever use. I think that will show you all the items that are attached to that supplier.
Yep.
Which is nice that it's here because the only other place to see it is in supplier maintenance, where maybe you don't want everybody in supplier maintenance. The downside here is in supplier maintenance, theoretically, you could also change the list price and cost in that
Right.
screen, but go back and watch our purchasing pricing videos. Don't use that screen to do that.
But this really is good if you're trying to just get an idea of where you stand. Just
what?
to retrieve them out and look at it that way.
Why we do that? Oh, did you just break something?
No.
Oh my God.
It's a popular vendor.
Yeah. So I want to take this opportunity to talk about one of my favorite features in P21 in general. It's dumping any grid in P21 into an Excel document. And I think we actually have the use. I say this as somebody that you just started clicking. As somebody that, again, one of my main jobs was figuring out what happened. And sometimes I just like to dump data into an Excel document, maybe do some lookups, pivot table, whatever you want to do. So it's named terrible. It's called services. Now, if you see this grayed out, there's a user setting to allow.
It's on the application security tab.
Yeah.
And again, you may not want everyone to have this feature.
Right. Because do you want necessarily everybody just dumping information out of your ERP? Now, I will say this: the save as will just whatever's in that grid gets dumped to an Excel document. I don't find that as useful. The other one, what are you doing?
I'm going to refresh this because I don't want to attempt to dump 60,000.
62,000. Why not? Let's just.
It just
we can show the
like a slightly bad idea.
Blemishes and all.
Okay.
So we right click services, and we want to do the save as visible select columns. The cool part about this is you get a little window that pops up. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it on the stream.
Yeah, I don't. There we go. Yeah, you can see. Will it come up? Yep, it's up.
Oh, awesome. Great. So what this is, these are all the available columns, and this isn't necessarily what's visible on the screen. Sometimes there's more data that's available, even if it's not, like if it's a hidden column, I believe. If not, sue me. You literally select, let's do item ID, and let's do supplier part number. Maybe I'm trying to find all the items that are missing. Don't. Oh my.
And it makes this really cool spreadsheet in numbers.
No, that's what I wasn't. Just clicking. Click.
It's like I said, I'm just doing it to get a rise out of you.
I know. All right. But the nice thing is, it will remember per user what columns you had selected, and you can also reorder them using the up down, which was the thing I was going to say before somebody just clicky. I don't know if you can drag and drop, but up and down might be the only way to. Yeah, it's just up and down. But the nice thing is, so if you find a screen or somebody creates you a report studio, or because I'll tell you what, trying to reprint a report from Report Studio is not.
It's tough.
Fun.
Yeah.
So if somebody creates a portal for you, or you just like a screen in P21, it'll remember how you always have it set up. So you do it, click OK, and you get your new dump out of information. That's all I want to call it. I just, as somebody that likes to dig into stuff, because I could take this and, send it to my purchasing team, go, hey, look, these are the items that we're missing supplier item IDs for. Or you could dump this in there and, use Excel to do show duplicates. You show, hey, we got a problem. These two items have the same supplier part number.
Yeah, and so once you export that out, now, again, I'm using a Mac here, but so it's coming up in numbers, but you get a perfectly viable Excel spreadsheet that you can work off of and do whatever you need to do with it.
Well, and the nice thing is when you do the visible dump, it gives you the whatever the column name is as the header. If you do the dump all, it gives you the database
name. The field name, which is a little less intuitive if you're not used to that stuff, for sure.
Oh, that's something that we should bring up as a. I had somebody that I was talking to the other day about, I can never figure out what table this data lives in.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I don't know if this field's going to be the best one, but
Well, we'll try it. So right-click SQL information, or
Yep.
right-click help SQL information or SQL information. So there's a lot of different stuff on here, but at the end of the day, it's going to tell you like, hey, this is coming from the inventory supplier table, and the field name is cost, because I right-clicked on the cost cell of that grid.
right.
It's also going to tell you, if you go out to the SQL tab, it's going to give you the actual statement that it ran to get there. Now, here's my pet peeve with this. This is very good. This has saved my bacon a lot of times because it gives me some context as to like how Epicore's filtering this information or whatever. What I often see it used for is, I'm just going to create a portal based on this and add some stuff to it, which is fine. But when you start doing this stuff at enterprise scale, or really at any kind of scale, when you're getting into hundreds of thousands or millions of records, if you don't have a lot of experience with SQL, you can put the hurt on your system pretty quick as far as locking up records or creating situations where people are waiting because you're trying to retrieve 10 million records and somebody else can't even open an order. That kind of stuff can happen. So this is not something that people, in my opinion, should just be doing willy-nilly. I mean, you really want people that have some baseline understanding of how database management systems and stuff like that work. I'm trying to think of a...
Well, how does that play into the customers that are hosted, though? But I guess if you're still building a portal...
Yeah, I mean, you can still build portals based on SQL statements. So, it's still a thing.
Most likely there's going to be a lot of bloat in there, and there may be an easier way or different way to get what you're trying to get.
Right, because remember, all of these queries have to work for every single company that's on P21. They have to. It's a design parameter, whereas you may not need all of that information, And so it can get overwhelming, and it's easy to mess it up. I'm not saying don't ever do it, and no one should ever. We encourage people to learn. We love that, but just
for me,
be wary.
It's the SQL info on that on the one tab, or the one thing that you're looking for that is interesting, or it's the SQL columns, which will show you.
Yep. So,
like if there's a bunch of, if this one only has the one, but if there was, like if you were in
like an order or something.
Yeah, if you were in order entry, it would have a list of, here's every column that's in this tab area that you did the SQL information on.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you, and you'll, and again, this may be a little in the weeds for some people, but not typically, there is no space in the naming. It's an underscore. So if you ever see anything you print out and it's something underscore something, most likely that's the actual database name for that field. Yeah. So like job name is job underscore. But I think if you do columns, it'll show you, no, or is it combined? Or
yeah, combined I think is what you're looking for, where it's kind of just dumping out.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. So it was combined. The other cool bit of, not cool, but necessary information on the SQL info on the first one is how many characters a field has.
Yeah.
It tells you what type of field it is, and it tells you how many you can type in.
Now, this, just speaking from a programming perspective, for those of you that are out there that do have SQL experience and are using it for that, bear in mind that all of this was born from, oh my gosh, Power Builder. It's been so long since I've actually even had that cross my lips. Power Builder is what P21 originally was built on the desktop years and years and years ago, which was closely tied to Sybase, which is the predecessor to SQL Server. anyway, that's a long way around the horn to say the column data type in the database, like in this case, would be a varchar 40, even though it's showing char 40 here. So a lot of times what you're seeing, there's a difference. A char 40 is going to have 40 characters. So whatever you don't fill in, the rest of them are blank spaces. Whereas a varchar 40 would be up to 40 characters. So there's some nuance there. So anyway, my point being is if that seems counterintuitive because you have programming experience, that's kind of where that's coming from.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that. I never thought about that, but that's why, like, we would sometimes run into issues where if something was thrown off, and it was because there was a leading space that somebody had entered when they created something.
Yep.
So it wasn't just a blank space. It was it was a keystroke of space was recorded as part of the item ID.
I'm highlighting this one other thing in here that I think is also useful, because as you start building out reports and portals and things like that, where you can introduce hyperlinks into the equation, you can go download the documentation on this, but there's a URL handler that basically allows you to create links that will open transaction windows down to the specific transaction window, or excuse me, down to the specific transaction itself, using the URL handler with a parameter. So if you're trying to figure out, hey, how do I open order entry with the URL handler, they have added that to SQL Info to tell you, hey, this is the m_order entry will open this window when you're constructing a URL for it. So again, just something to know that's out there as well. Okay, so back to VSM. There's some other good stuff in here. Purchase receipts analysis is good. Again, giving you kind of an idea of where you're at with a particular, how many purchase receipts there are, and this and that and the other. Receipt issues, I like if you're using receipt issues. If you're not, then it's a waste of time. Don't even look at it. This screen right here, like, I like it, but I like it for kind of a weird reason. If you're in a situation where a vendor, like, their quality is going down, let's say, and
supplier,
a supplier, their quantity or their quality is going down, and you want to start saying, hey, we need to inspect everything that we get from them. If you check this checkbox and put in a message, all parts require 100% inspection, save this, the next person that does a PO receipt for this supplier, they're going to get a pop-up with this message in it. So it is a really easy way to communicate something about a supplier to anyone receiving parts for that supplier. So again, it's another one of those features that not a lot of people know it's there, but it's a really good feature. On time, I mean, I have my own feelings on what on time is, but you can see these early and late checkboxes. This ties back to the days early and days late settings in supplier maintenance. So yeah, returns, that's pretty self-explanatory. That's just going to be any returns you've done. I doubt we've done any in this test system. There's an audit trail. But for me, I like the items. I like the issues action. And then just the general PO management tab itself, I think has been fairly useful for me as well. So what else do you like in here?
I mean, I like the fact that I learned about it. That's what I liked. No, it's just another example for me of when you go through training, especially if you go through training with Epicor, they're going to hit the very basics of what you need to do to process a transaction. And that's not a knock on Epicor. There's so much stuff in P21 that you wouldn't want to pay them
or anybody. I mean,
anybody to train you.
Well, and look, there's another aspect to that, Matt. I mean, the training, if you get trained on how to use a system that you're going to be using 3 to 6 months from now, 3 weeks from now, it's just, you have no context. It's not relatable at that point, right? So it's like you can't relate the training that you're getting to some problem that you've already experienced with the system.
So,
it's just until the ball gets snapped, none of it really matters, right?
Right. And so I guess my recommendation for this and a lot of the stuff that we're looking at today is, and again, it sounds counterproductive because of who we are, but before you reach out to a third party and say, hey, I don't have this in we need this. This is missing from our business. Go build us something. Because I will tell you, there are companies out there that will just build you something when we can say, well, did you check this module out?
Yeah.
And
is it what they need exactly most of the time? No. But does it cure their immediate problem?
Yes.
Usually it does. Yeah.
Or it will at least go, you know what, this covers this, and this, but we're still missing these other 2 elements that we need to really make it work for us. Then we can go, okay, now let's talk about
how are we going to get there?
Yeah. I wouldn't customizing a screen like this is just asking for trouble. It would be better to, in my opinion, to fine tune something for what you need. But your first action should be to look at out of the box. Because there are always times to customize, and you're going to find them. But,
and look, you paid, no matter how you got on P21, you're paying it's a significant investment. You're paying a lot of money for it.
Right.
Your first best thing is to get the max value out of that investment.
Right. But yeah, and again, a lot of these things, sure. I mean, I learned P21 just by trying to go in and play, but there's certain things that just never even dawned on me that I need to go in and click because it really wasn't what I was focused on.
Yeah.
So just don't assume because you've been in P21 for 6 months that it doesn't have what you want. You just may not be aware of it.
Well, do you think we've covered the inventory drill down stuff enough, or do you want to spend a little time on that? I want to call bring up inventory drill down because I want to call it out for one particular reason. And now to start this off, I pulled up the by item. You can do this by bin, by lot, by item. So pull your data in a way that makes sense for you to pull it.
So this may be a hack that I did. I don't want you to bring up an item yet. So we had a problem where people were using item master inquiry too much, and it was just bogging everything down. And for the people that are just going to go look at, now again, this is not assuming you're already in a sales order, just talking about an item, right? They would go in item master inquiry to look for one little piece of data. So what I did was, so if you double click on the item ID search and change the related pop down to item extended is not in there, but you'd have to create
yeah, I'm on.
Oh, there. Okay.
Extended. Yeah.
So search one of the item that you were going to type in there, and don't hit enter, obviously, but just search it. So I ended up using this as an inquiry tool because there's a lot of different data in here that even though we're not using it as a drill down, I used it as an inquiry type window by creating custom columns that I wanted in there. So I could have a group of people that were only focusing on certain things. I even added price sheets on mine because it was much faster than trying to use item master inquiry. I'm not saying that's a recommended way of doing things, but it was just a way that I utilized something that was already here. And it allowed me to take 30% of my staff out of item master inquiry. So the people that were in it were happier because it was faster, and then these people were getting the information they needed. That's not the intent of drill downs. That was what I used it for a lot of times.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, right?
So I just want to call out. But yeah, let's select one. Or really I think we already kind of went over item drill down in general.
We did, but I mean, you know, the thing that I wanted to touch on here is where this gives you a place to get into the lineage of an item. Like, how did we get to this number? So we're going to back this starting date up. I don't know if you know this, but like you can click on this top part here and move dates around pretty readily.
Which is funny because it won't let you pick 1990, even though you can type in 1990.
Yeah. All right. So then we go in here, and then again, you can also set that in terms of either your base unit or any UOM that's set up for the item. But as you start to click into these things and you say, okay, quantity allocated 509, what makes up that number? And this is how you're getting to 509. On the surface, people look at this and go, well, that's really not that useful. But you can kind of change some more fields into this to make it more useful. And that's where I think, you know, there's a lot of opportunity to make it better. You can also look at the quantity on hand, which is going to give you a really good idea of your ins and outs on that item over a longer period of time. So I like it for that. So we can see PO receipts. Obviously, you can filter for all of this stuff, inventory adjustments, whatever. So when customers are telling me, like we do a lot of work with customers on demand planning and forecasting and stuff like that. And so invariably somebody will say, well, hey, we're out of this item. And I look at the forecast, looks right, but it's like they're bought short on it. Like I don't understand with that forecasting screen, everything is correct. Why don't they have more on PO? I'll jump over here to inventory drill down and take a look at it and find out, because last week they adjusted 3/4 of their stock out in a cycle count. That's why they're upside down. So again, just trying to understand what makes up a number, where it came from, who did it, when did they do it. So it's a really good place to figure that out. You can also jump into it and look at it by bin. You can look at it by lot. You can look at the open transactions, just whatever it is that you want to know as far as what is sitting up underneath that quantity that you're seeing, whether it's in IMI or wherever it is. This is a really good place to be able to sort that out.
Yeah, because again, this is going to load way quicker than IMI is going to load.
Yeah.
So if you're really focusing on troubleshooting quantities of stuff, it's your drill down.
Yeah, because if you click into it from IMI, you're just going to end up here anyway.
Right.
You know.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I'll take right
so
to
just
it.
cut out the middleman. Just go straight here. So we did drill downs. We did talk about menu design. We've talked about inline search.
Well, we didn't talk about menu design in the way that
you were envisioning it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of want to do it's kind of a dangerous one, because I do want to talk, even though I did some videos on it, you know, menu designer, dyna changes, navigate, those are hugely important pieces of P21 that I'll go in, somebody just has a vanilla screen and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
There's data you're missing, or your, again, delivery instructions is a simple answer of, and I think in my video I did on this channel for it, is there any query that would show items with negative amount that need to be rebuilt?
Okay, so there's a few different ways to approach this. If you have access to the database and want to build a query, there is and I'll type this in chat. Let's see, I think, and you're going to have to give me some grace here because I'm not looking at the database. And I'm not even using the correct mouse. Okay. So you can look at, I think it's P20 or the right keyboard, Matt. I'm on fire today. P21 view INV loc stock status, and then P21 view stock status report.
You You know when I found out about it? When somebody go, hey, why is my quantity available in negative?
All right,
I'm
so
like, oh, I need to go rebuild my inventory.
yeah, so they look those two. So like if you think about your INV loc table, like if you have a negative allocation, you can flush it out there pretty quick. You would just look for where where, how do I want to say this? In your where clause, you'd be looking at, you know, where quantity allocated is negative or whatever. But if what you're talking about is net stock, like items where we are negative on our net stock and we should be buying it, one of those two views, or just the stock status report itself, it does show what your net stock is. We use this at your former place to build that custom stock status report. But if we're talking about like, hey, we might need a rebuild, then really and truly what I would probably do most of the time is kind of like with the unconfirmed pick ticket report. I mean, if you just go in,
which we haven't talked to you about yet.
Yeah, if you just go in and knock it down to, let's see, you would have to be running this. You have to bypass application security, okay? I'm probably going to regret putting this on YouTube. Let me log out.
And is he talking about negative? He says negative amount.
Yeah, I think I think we're talking about items that are messed up and they need some love.
Because negative net stock is nothing unusual.
No, and that
negative on hand or negative availability.
That's bad.
No,
yeah.
Yeah, because availability. Availability. It's on hand being negative, right? That's where the problem is.
Well, you can have negative allocation. I mean, we've seen it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so if from the sign-in screen, if you hit Alt-T, I am so gonna regret. Well, no, I won't, because you have to have the override.
Yeah, you gotta have the password.
Okay. So
don't say it out loud or mouth it.
No, I'm not.
We're really in the weeds now.
Well, this is a good question. Danny won't kill me. Okay, so you're one of our people. All right, you're
and negative amounts on PO.
I've seen that too. You get
really,
especially if you have wireless warehouse. You can get really upside down on stuff pretty quick. So
I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
bin moves and
yeah, it gets out of hand really fast, and you know, stuff getting abandoned in bins and RF bins and all kinds of crap. So anyway, you log in, you bypass application role security, assuming you have that password. If you don't, you're gonna have to convince your sysadmin to give it to you.
Or talk to Danny.
I didn't say that. Totally didn't say that. But what you can do just to get an idea of where you stand is you do an extended rebuild wide open and just do the retrieve. And it could run for a while, but at least it's going to start to give you an idea of how many items that you have that are out there in that status. Now, having said that, there is also a stored procedure in the back end of P21. And again, I'm assuming you're on premise and that you actually could do this. I think it's called the inventory issues stored procedure, where you can set that thing up to actually email you a list of all the items that are messed up and why they're messed up. So, so that is look into the inventory issue stored procedure, because basically you give it some criteria.
He says I am.
Yeah. What we used to do is set that up to run on a SQL job every Sunday night, and it would run wide open, and it will give you a text file that says, okay, these 10 items, they have a bin quantity that doesn't match the lot quantity or doesn't match the on-hand quantity. These 15 items have negative allocation. This, and this. Oh, Maggie from Tanner. Huh. Well, you're on premise today. Now
the issue with like bin and lot, at least lot, the item rebuild doesn't rebuild quantity doesn't necessarily. You have to go do some of those. You have to go fix in bin or lot management.
Yeah,
or
and
lot.
absolutely. And if it says that issues remain, just click the print details button. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's going to dump you a report that says, hey, look, I couldn't fix this stuff. And you can go to lot adjustment or lot bin adjustment or bin adjustment to clean that up. There are certain things that, here's a great example. So like you have a total bin quantity of 4,000 and a total on-hand quantity of 3,000. The only
That's
way
4 and 3, isn't it?
Yeah. The only way you're going to fix that, let me see if I can zoom in or not.
I have to know, sidebar,
Yeah.
what Soyo Scorpio means.
Yeah, I am. I mean, you are flooding our chat. It would be nice for you to tell us where that comes from. I mean,
that's a very specific name.
You know, we showed or Matt showed the Indiana Jones night. I mean, that seems like, well, okay, that part I worked out. So is south, yo is, I don't know. You're gonna get heckled if you come in here, and we kind of apologize for that, but not really. Yonkers, New York. Okay, see?
South Yonkers. See?
All right, now we all learned something today. So some stuff rebuilds can't fix. And the reason being is because, like, either thing could be true, right? Either maybe the 4,000 in the bin is right, or maybe the 3,000 on hand is right. It doesn't know from which direction to fix it. So what you could do with this is you would say, oh, well, wait a minute. The quantity on hand of 3,000 is correct. We need to go into this item and do a bin adjustment to get the total bin quantity back down to 3,000, save it, and it cleans it up. But definitely...
I think we should show that.
Check into... Yeah, we should show that. Check into the inventory issues thing. That to me is an unsung hero. We used to use the crap out of it. We haven't used it nearly as much lately.
Unfortunately for us, it was a lot because we had a lot in bins. So it would only it would only fix simpler items.
Oh, I did import. I'm so stupid. Dude, I'm getting hungry. Lot adjustment. Okay.
Was it a lot or bin adjustment?
Oh, should I have done bin? Well, no, it depends on if it's a lot tracked item. Because from lot adjustment, you can do both lot and bin together. So let's just pull the item and see what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a lot item. It's not.
Okay, it doesn't. And the inverse would happen. If you put a lot tracked item into bin adjustment, it would send you back here. Yeah.
Because I think if it was a lot adjustment, it would tell you where it says bin adjustment, it would tell you to go fix it in lot adjustment.
All right, so we need to clean this up. It's telling us right here the total quantity on hand is 3,000. So we can adjust this bin, down to 3,000 and save it.
Now, once you get to that screen, and I apologize for my cohort clicking so fast.
Oh my goodness, you're killing me.
Well,
keep up.
I'm here to inform people. All right, so this is true in a lot of different places in P21, whether it's lot quantities, bin quantities. So this total quantity on hand, 3,000 up at the top, that total at the bottom has to match that number. If he changes that to 305 and tries to hit save, it's going to say, nope, it's not going to adjust. It won't allow you to adjust inventory in or out.
You can't create or destroy an item.
Right.
Yeah.
And that goes the same for lot adjustment. If your lot adjustment is not adjustment in and out, lot adjustment is dispersing the quantity on hand to different lots.
So now that's a great point. That is something that you can do from here. Is let's say that of this 3,000, 1,500 of it is really an A2 and it got received wrong.
Right.
So you can literally come in here and create a new bin record for A2.
Mm-hmm.
Put the 1,500 there. Now I'm out of whack because my total is 4,500, but my total quantity on hand is 3,000. So I have to balance it because remember, I can't create or destroy a quantity, but what I can do is put it where it's supposed to be and save it. And there we go.
Now, you obviously can't create a bin from there, but you can create a bin
Record. Yeah, you can put it into an existing bin. That is correct.
Right. And again, this, whether you're in a lot adjustment or a bin adjustment, the same applies.
Yeah.
The quantity up at the top has to match the total new quantity at the bottom. Period.
So this is a really useful tool, and it is the fastest way to clean up these little idiosyncratic things of your bin and lot quantities getting out of sync with your total on hand quantity. There have been, look, I mean, as y'all can probably imagine, we get called for problems, right? So we get pulled into a lot of these situations where stuff is severely out of whack. Yeah. And I will tell you that 95 times out of 100, the on-hand quantity is right, and it's the underlying bin or lot quantities that are wrong. However, 5% of the time, it's the other way around. So, yeah, and then other than that, it's just like I really like the inventory issues report, and then somebody tries to work that down during the week to get stuff cleaned up. There are reports that you could craft for Wireless Warehouse. Hey, if you're on Wireless Warehouse, you need to understand wireless terminal maintenance. And if you don't know that's there, you should know it's there. But then you've got your device audit reports and all of this. I have a place to start because randomly.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
That's how I learned. That's how I learned about that other one.
Yeah.
I got tired of getting yelled at.
This is a really good one because, like, when somebody locks up their RF bin and they can't get back into it, then what they do is they create another RF bin, except that bin has stuff stuck in it or whatever. I mean, this is a good screen to show you what all bins are out there.
I never liked that system where I can just name the bin whatever I want to.
I am not a fan. But here you are, and here it is. And you can deactivate those bins from here. Look, I'm a big fan of a portal for items left in RF bin. And it should be run first thing in the morning before anybody's picking, or have it run overnight. And what it's looking for is quantities in a bin that has a bin type of RF or wireless bin, because that shows you people that either just lost connectivity on their gun, or they didn't deposit the items, or whatever. Let's see what else is out there for. I haven't done some of these reports in forever, so let's look at device audit.
We're really in the weeds now.
Yeah, but I mean, if you start thinking about the things that cause you a lot of grief, from the get-go, this is it. This is the stuff that makes people crazy because it ends with inventory getting lost. So yeah, here you go. Bin, item ID, description, quantity. This is a quick way for you to understand if you've got quantity sitting around in wireless bins. The problem is, during the day when you're picking, you should have that happening.
Right.
So we typically want to look at running this stuff, like you could set it up maybe as a scheduled report, and run it overnight so that you can see what got left over. So WWMS, that's like almost its own animal that requires a whole different touch and a whole different mentality of how you're going to track stuff down, because of all of the parts of PT here. All right, I'm on my soapbox, damn it.
I thought we were safe today.
No, if it goes any further, I'm getting the drawing pad out.
No.
I don't even think. I'll tell you how bad it is. We're going back to split view.
Oh no.
It's that bad. If there was a part of the system that peppers you with yes/no questions that are poorly worded, Wireless Warehouse wins. And what makes that dangerous is it is normally being utilized by people who are in a job that requires them to not have to understand all of that. Like, you're giving them the wireless gun to help direct them through the warehouse efficiently, to pick material and go. It's historically a high turnover part of the operation. People typically have less training. I'm not saying that's true for everybody. I don't need a bunch of people with torches and pitchforks telling me how well they train their warehouse pickers. Okay. But I'm just saying on par, it's a risk. And, it's like, hey, this item didn't show up here. Do you want to adjust it? Yes. And a $10,000 adjustment hits the ledger because somebody just didn't understand what they were looking for. Sorry, you're in the weeds. I've been on 04. I'm not new to it. One person cleaning it. Oh, you've got the mop. You've got the mop and the broom. We get it. And the thing is, when you can't figure it out, then that's when we get the phone call. So by the time it gets to us, it's really bad. So we've just had to learn, tips and tricks and write scripts that can reconstruct all this data, because once it gets out of whack, it's really hard to really hard to fix. So anyway, that's my rant. I'm done ranting now. Would you like me to go back to P21, Matt?
Yeah, let's go back to P21. Yeah, I mean, when you first, the first time I ran into that inventory problem and I found that report, it was a nightmare of stuff to fix over 14 different locations.
Yeah.
But once we realized that was a thing, we didn't wait until there was an issue. It was just part of our process that we would run and just maintain it.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, if you're one of those types that you're getting in early or you're leaving late, I would not hesitate at the end of the day or the beginning of the morning to just go in and run a wide open rebuild. And we're Indy, we are 100% like on any tangent that anybody wants to go down right now. So please fire away with your question. But anyway, so I would not hesitate to run a wide open rebuild. If you're having that problem a lot, run a wide open rebuild in the morning or in the evening, every day if you have to. And the reason being is this: is it going to fix every issue? No. But if it fixes 7 out of 10 or 5 out of 10, that's 5 that you're not going to get clobbered with the next day or 2 weeks from now.
And then the 5 it doesn't fix, it gives you a report where you can go.
At least you can know where you stand, right?
Yeah, these 5 items I need to go deal with.
Yeah. So, no, absolutely, man.
I'm here too.
Yeah, but wait, you got to do all the 100 videos, man. Just as like
I'm gonna let him go on tangents again, just for everybody.
Indy, what's your question? Please tell us what your pain is with WMS. I feel like we're gonna have an upcoming live stream just on wireless.
No, and I would love to do that, as far as just to have it available for people, because it's one of those things where I've been through it.
Hey, you know what my saying is, Matt. Wireless warehouse amplifies your process.
Yeah.
If it's a good process, it's going to be a lot better. If it's a bad process, it's going to be a lot worse.
I mean, even if you're not, I don't know. It's a whole thing. All right.
Okay, here we go. I'm setting up WMS right now and starting with receiving and put away. Okay. Well, let's put a pin in that. Even though we have wireless confirmation set up to approve PO receipts, our receipts are not showing approved at the PO level.
Well, but the approval isn't part of... Oh, the receipts are not showing up as approved.
Are the receipts actually approved, or is it just when you're looking at the PO, it's not showing that the receipt is approved?
Or is that a wireless problem, or is that because...
Well, if it's wireless receiving, there's a couple of different things floating around in there.
Oh, there is an option for wireless receiving to have...
They are actually not approved. Okay.
They are not approved.
So, and look, I may be bouncing around the system a few different ways here, and I apologize, because a lot of this stuff I just, if I'm not in it every day... Enable wireless. Okay, so I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Picked order movement. This is not what I'm looking for. Okay. These are not the settings you're looking for.
I can see the checkbox. I just don't remember where it is.
Well, there's like different stuff. In there, like there's just general approvals that are out there as well.
Yeah, but I don't think. But there's one that's completely separate for just wireless, though. Is it under that one? Yeah. God. Oh, there you go. Approve PO receipts, wireless confirmation.
Ah, yes. So check that system setting right there. So this is going to be wireless warehouse general under system settings. About midway down the screen on the left, do you have wireless set up to approve? And
yes,
and then okay, and then the other place where you might be getting tripped on approvals is approvals. Also here in purchase order receipts of whether or not you're using approvals and what the default is. And I can't think of anything else, but here's what I want to do. We have ours. Let's do this. Let's make sure that we have the system settings set the way we think they should be set. So we're going to run purchase order receipts on default to yes. We're going to run WWMS, approve PO receipts. I'm going to go ahead and turn on approve transfer receipts. And then, okay, wait a minute, Matt. Now, I'm really reaching here. But if you enable multi-user PO receiving, does I want to say that affects it? Because I think if you're running that, you can't auto approve it because you don't actually ever know when it's done.
Oh.
Are you using multi-user PO receiving?
I'm not.
No, I'm currently not. I just anyway. All right. So look, let's start with this. Okay. So here's what we're going to do, Indy. We're going to run it this way. We'll see what happens, and then we'll run it again with multi turned on and see if that affects it. See, this is like, Matt, I don't know about you. I've been waiting for 4 weeks for this to happen to our chat. Like,
yes.
This is what gets me going, and you guys should absolutely be coming back every week because this is why we started doing this. All right. So our system settings are good. Let's log out, and then I'll pop open a wireless session. Log out, and then we do. I just need to. I'm just going to put it back to us for a minute because I don't want to give up, middleware URLs and all this crap. You could buy us some time and show us something else that you have in your collection.
I have so much stuff around.
There's a lot to pick from. We need like a virtual tour at some point.
Yeah, we'll put that on the channel. I'm sure that'll get great views.
Look, dude, I uploaded 3 hours of me playing Star Wars the other day, so if I can do it, anybody can do it. WWMS login. I'm just going to create a new bin.
What I need to do is
yeah, there's actually a live stream of me playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry for your loss.
What I need to do is I need to get a second camera so I can do a 2-view of me like building a Lego set
get like an overhead
painting.
Rig. Yeah.
Or painting.
I'm actually seriously with if I can find the time, I want to do more of that kind of stuff and just say, look, ask whatever question you want. This is what I'm going to do today. I can't code every day. And I'm not even going to say I wish I could. I don't. It would drive me nuts.
Me either.
Okay, so wireless warehouse. Let's go with purchase order receipts. And PO number. Yeah, here's the funny part, Matt. Weren't we getting poked for a couple of weeks, like randomly by somebody in chat about multi-user receiving? And here we go.
Well, hopefully they tuned back in.
Yeah, right. If they didn't, hey,
because it's just going to be lost into the ethers of you're live. Now what?
Okay, let's see. How many do we have here? 100? Let's just get them all. And next. Okay, I'm good with that. And we're not going to print any labels. And we'll put these into the receiving bin. And by the way, Indy, if you're setting up wireless warehouse before, I just keep like plowing through this.
Never happens.
Give some thought to how you want to do your receiving bin. And maybe you've already done that, but that wireless warehouse process, if you can make that process match your physical process a little bit better. So in other words, if your process is we have a receiving floor, everything comes off the truck, it hits that floor, and then it gets checked in, then set your process up to receive into a default receiving bin at the location level. Everything will hit the receiving floor, and you can call it rec floor or whatever you want. Then you do putaways and inventory movements to take it from the receiving floor to its ultimate bin. I don't recommend receiving directly into the primary bin.
I don't think you put the P21 back on the screen.
Oh, well, I'm stalling. No, it's actually not true. There we go. Okay, so we received that one in. Oh, good. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We appreciate that. All right, so what I'm going to do now is go... I received it in a wireless in the background. That's my bad. I forgot to switch the thing back over. I'm a terrible producer. Shoot me. So now we're going to go back to the regular PO receipt screen. And what I'm expecting to do is pull up the last receipt. And it will come in as approved. Let's see here. This guy, that guy. It is not approved. Okay. Fine.
Oh, because you didn't do save and approve. You just did that. There's a save, and I was trying to do that. There's an actual save and approve button. Can you bring it back up?
I don't know. That's what I was just going to look at and see. No, you would have to go back into that line, and it may tell me it's quantity remaining 0. Okay, so I would have to do an over receipt, which I don't want to do. All right, so let's clear this out. Let's hit another PO.
You may not have the way that screen, especially if you're looking on the small scan gun, it's there. I think you just have to either expand it or scroll over. It's one of my pet peeves about WMMS is I don't think it looks good on guns at all.
Not anymore. That's a place where the desktop, because you had the function buttons. Yeah. The desktop version of it, in my humble opinion, was far more functional. And listen, I understand. It's a very difficult task to try to port that into a mobile device. Wow, at your pleasure, anytime.
And Indy, I'm not saying 100% that's the issue. I just want to try it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Here we go. Invalid PO line number? How can there not be a number 1? All right, looks like we're entering a PO.
That's really strange.
Well, I think we are on the precipice of needing to have a dedicated play environment for these live streams.
Is this still our overseas one?
It is. It's an upside down land. It's the cleanest one we have, but we're dirtying it a little bit more every week.
Yeah, it's the same thing you said about the one I have for my videos, and that was fun.
Eh,
Especially when it was missing records out of the bin lot xref.
just trying to keep you on your toes.
I appreciate it. You don't have to print it to prove it now. Okay.
I don't think so, but I'm hoping you don't have to print it to bring it in. All right, 46. Okay, now I know there's a line 1 here. All right, so we got our 10. I'm going to slow down a little here. Next, we do not need to print a label. Return.
No, it's over to the right.
Save and approve.
Yeah. So where you hit next.
Then it just took me to what would ostensibly be the next line for the same receipt.
Right.
So that it could add to it.
Yeah.
So if I'm done and I'm going to put this into the receiving bin, then what you're saying is save and approve.
And say it takes you back to PO entry.
Right, instead of to another line on the next PO. So here's my question then. How do you get yourself out of that fix?
You have to go inside P21.
Yeah, there's that's so stupid.
Yeah, because you can't open up a existing receipt. Well, hit next now.
Yeah, so I'm saying receive 0 against 0. Nope. Well,
yeah.
Into the same lot. Okay.
Yep.
This is very... I'm very uncomfortable with this. And put them nowhere. Save and approve.
Yeah. So now we should be able to go pull up that. Here's a tip for you guys. Hit clear, cancel. Since even though I don't know who's still watching this, but we didn't talk about the history tab at all.
Yeah, we can do that. All right, that one didn't approve.
Is that the new
one? That's the new one. What the heck is going on?
That's weird. I feel like there's something else we're missing.
Okay, let's go look at 49. Which isn't even on here, or maybe it was 48. 48's not approved.
So strange. That was it though. Why is that not?
And there is no 49.
Who the heck is that? Sorry, somebody's at my door. Just.
Okay, so what are we missing here, bud? We're overlooking something simple.
There's not a user setting, is there?
Fair point. Could be.
This is how the sausage is made, by the way.
Yeah, right? Just hammer on it until you figure it out.
Is there any...
I don't even think there's any wireless stuff here. There might be something on application security.
Mm-mm. Nope. 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 That's all. I don't see any wireless stuff in there. And there were no location settings for...
That's where I'm going next. Well, here's the good news, Indy. You're not crazy.
I was about to say, the good news is we were able to recreate the problem, because it's so frustrating when we're trying to help somebody and we can't recreate the problem to help them. I was actually kind of surprised that we were able to do that. There's no company wireless settings, is there? It's only...
We're gonna go look everywhere, because I'm not digging this at all. This all looks okay. Ah,
Oh, there you go.
your receipt defaults in location maintenance would have to be
wireless
set. And, oh gosh, I remember this getting added, and it stinks the way they did this. Okay. So you have this box here being driven by this drop down. So you have to make this decision for PO receipts and transfers independently, and then decide how you want allocation to work. So we're going to do that.
Yeah, and if he flipped it to transfer orders, it would be...
Which I'm going to. I'm just going to go back.
It's the same options.
It's in location maintenance, wireless warehouse session defaults. Now, I believe in order to see this tab, you're going to have to make sure that wireless is enabled.
Yes.
For that location. Here, approved, receive, allocate, save.
And for anybody that doesn't know, if you do receive only, it's just going to add it to your quantity on hand.
Kind of.
Nothing will get allocated. Kind of.
Kind of. Linked back
sure,
orders
kind
will still allocate.
Okay. Linked back orders are different.
But they shouldn't be. I mean, like,
oh, no, because the whole point is I don't want somebody to override my linked
I get
back
it.
orders.
But, like, if it says receive only and don't allocate, the sign says receive only. It should receive only.
No.
Or should tell you this doesn't apply to linked back orders.
Well, there's not enough space in that field. There weren't enough char available.
Wow, we're getting late in the live stream, aren't we? Okay. I'm like totally.
Let's
back.
create a new PO.
Oh, this
actually, you know what? Let's go try to edit that.
No,
that
I
existing one,
refuse. I feel dirty and I need to shower now. Trying to receive in a stinking zero quantity. I'm creating a new PO because that's what you're meant to do.
Another tip for any of you guys that are in systems that only have one company. When you're doing your Dyna changes, remove company location somewhere else or hide it.
Yeah, make it smaller and move it off screen. You can't shut it off.
You can hide the description field, but you can't hide the actual,
because there's too many things happening that depend on it existing on the screen.
And I'm more advocate of moving it but it doesn't need to be the second line on everything you're doing unless you are multi-company. Then it should be. Because that should be the first choice you make if you are multi-company. And
you can work across company lines, which company security is probably another. We can keep coming up with a lot of live stream
Well, I
ideas.
mean, you want to talk about security with that. That ties into Menu Designer and Dyna Change because that's all the only real way to... I'm not a big fan of how P21 handles access. The fact that it's all handled with Dyna Change is always kind of frustrating.
Or company security, and there's no branch security. I don't like that at all. There should be branch security as well.
This is in the griping session of our stream today.
We have that every week, don't we?
We want them to come back.
I think people enjoy like feeling like they're not the only ones experiencing that kind of misery on a daily basis.
No, the great news is whatever misery you are experiencing P21,
we get it times 100.
Yeah, there's other people out there. You're not unique in that.
All right. I didn't. Oh! Now I have to do it. I didn't save this stupid thing.
Actually, I don't know if you have to.
All right. Let's find out. This is...
I think the intent is that save and approve is there just because you're done. That's your way you're telling you're done. I think you would just clear at that point.
Straight up, I'm telling you, this is how alcoholics are made. Go back to Star Wars. Yeah, great idea. Still not approved. So now let's see if we can hack it.
Oh my God.
Quantity 0.
Let me ask you this. That change, is that something that we needed to log out?
I don't think so, but we're going to, if this doesn't work, and I don't know, man.
We're going to create another PO.
I did it again. And the problem is it's too damn easy to hit enter. That's where I'm breaking down here, bro. I should just be able to hit enter. That should be a thing. Okay. All right, breathing. No labels. Isn't that like a political party now? I don't know. We're not talking politics here, but okay. Save and approve.
If this doesn't work, I think you're gonna have to log out and log back in.
It's like the IT crowd. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? Is it plugged in? Yeah, no, okay. This is going nowhere fast. Okay, one more time, then let's log out. We'll do it the right way. Yes, I want to get out. Get out of that. I am so glad, Matt, that I have started a company that this is what we do for a living. Every day I wake up and tell myself how lucky I am that I get to experience this at high scale daily. Okay.
Hey, we don't even get paid for this.
You know what? We get paid in thank yous, and that's more important, right? Purchase order entry.
I'm partial.
Here's my issue right now. Okay, like we're gonna get through this. We're gonna figure this out. It's gonna work, but it is gonna be so ridiculously dependent on users doing the exact right thing every single time.
So I'm going to say something here. I want you to create 2 POs for me.
So when I screw up the first one, I have.
Well, no, because I want you to do it your way, the way you've been. Because to me, I don't understand needing to hit the save and approve. Maybe I don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and print these POs just to make it official.
If this doesn't work,
if this doesn't work, we're out of here in 24 minutes anyway, and we can just kind of like, oh, I'm sorry, our internet connection's failing.
I'm going to give you a name. His name is Tom Kuntz.
All right, no, we got this. We got this. And if we don't, I know what next week's live stream is going to be about.
I think I'm going to be sick next week. I
think I'm already there.
I mean, the company I left, we were neck deep in the middle of deploying. While we were very close, and I was just like, when I left, I was like, thank God.
Did you go out? Did you go out George Costanza style? Go out on the high note. That's it for me, everybody. I'm out of here. All right.
But I will say, they have successfully launched it, and they are doing well with it at. I think they have it at 2 or 3 locations right now. Well, I say successfully. It's working. I don't know if their inventory is right, but...
All right. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to try not to go too fast. We're going to give this another go. So let's go with PO number 1. This time... Hey, there we go. Save and approve was it. Okay, cool.
Okay, well, so since they confirmed it worked, I want to screw it up and do it your way.
Okay.
And see if it makes it approved.
Fine. But then that's going to leave me wondering if we actually got it right on our end.
Well, we're going to try it again. That's why I had you do 2 POs.
Yeah, but then we still have to go back and break it with multi-receive to see if that affects it.
Oh.
Because I think that's going to... Which we still have to change system settings for that anyway.
Yeah.
All right, REC, Rex. I don't know what that means. Okay, save and approve.
No, I don't want you to do that. I want you to break it.
This isn't gonna... All right, here's the thing, though. If I... Okay, just observationally, okay?
Yes.
We have a save and receive next, and we have a save and approve. I get it. You would have to leave the receipt open and unapproved to be able to add to it. So it's like, if this, I hit enter, if this completes it out, and it did, see, it still has me in the same PO, man.
I know, but let's just go.
Okay, but I also have the save and approve. on the
Oh,
toolbar.
You still have the option to click
So
it.
we'll just put a pin in that. You know, I gotta tell you, I don't mind the background music that we use. I like it. It's chill. You know, that's cool. But if
Hear it.
if
I don't.
copyright wasn't a thing, our background music would be very different.
Yeah, unfortunately, it
It's
is
a
a thing.
It's so a thing. I got Soyo, you said you were watching me do Star Wars. I actually got a copyright strike because I accidentally let the Star Wars theme play when the game started, and I had to go back and mute that out of the video. It's not approved. Okay, so can I approve it from right here? Yes. There we go. Okay. All right, so cool. We solved somebody's problem today. That's awesome. Now let's see if we can create another one.
Yay!
All right, so what happens then if with multi-receive, I don't think two people can receive the same line at the same time, can they?
I've never tried it.
All right, so at least we have a baseline and we know it works. So let's see if we can break it. Wireless. No warnings.
Sorry.
What?
Yeah, I just had a friend send me a text message about our live stream.
Oh, how off the rails we are at this point. That's probably accurate. Oh gosh. Okay, so we have a PO open. See, the problem is I'm not sure how I'm going to do two different sessions, but I guess I'm just trying to think through this. I don't even know how I would test this on this setup. I really can't because I don't have two different logins to get in and set up sessions with. So let's put a pin in this and we'll come back to this for
Our wireless
thing. I will.
We just need two P21 sessions with two different users.
Yeah, I may have to just create another user or something. The problem is I've got to get in at the server level, and that's not super simple from right here, right this minute. And we really do need for next week to set up a more localized environment for us. Anyway, I'm going to open this up. I just want to check and see if there's any. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Okay, so after you go live, good luck. And here's the worst part about, we joke about their help file system. There's actually, not all of it, but there's actually some really good information buried in there. They don't make it intuitive to find. And they try to get cute with some of their guided stuff, and that guided stuff works ish, but it's the most basic vanilla. Like it's not really. It's all flash and no substance, any of that kind of stuff. So, well, while you're doing it, I'll go look at the actual good help file.
It won't be there. It wasn't a feature back then.
It wasn't.
Dude, it's not even on here. Is it?
Oh, it could be.
Or is this the location? This is the location maintenance one. This isn't the general. Oh my gosh. I'm seriously, I'm on the edge.
Now is multi-user?
I don't know.
Okay, there was group
I want to set that
picking.
up and test it proper. Well, group picking's different. Group picking is like you're grouping up pick tickets into a group and saying, I want to pick all these together. Now
That's right.
look, I tell you what, next week we need to cover not only WWMS, I want to cover Workbench. And I will take the time to set up an environment for that because, you know, Indy, if you're really getting into wireless and this is something that you really want to drive on, Workbench is a really powerful tool. I don't know if you've spent a lot of time with it, but you can do a lot of cool stuff with it, and it gives you a lot of visibility. And what I like about it is it's kind of like my tool to keep order pickers picking orders. I really like that. So is there anything else that we should cover on? I know we're probably like so far off the highway now that we don't even know how to get back, but I'm going to attempt right here at the end to say, what else do we need to cover for new users going live? I mean, maybe just seeing us have all this utter frustration will make people feel better that it's not just them. I don't know.
I would say the last thing I would cover, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. So
I feel better. That's good. That's good.
I mean, the bottom line is it's not a P21 issue. It's a new ERP issue.
Yeah, for sure.
You're gonna struggle. The most important thing to me is attitude after you go live.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not saying you should just be blindly like everything's great. You know, it should be, hey, this is an issue. Let's figure it out. Let's work through it. And sometimes the answer is that's just how P21 works.
Yeah.
And you have to learn how to adapt and adjust. You picked a new ERP for a reason. Just be open-minded and just know that the struggles you're doing, we all went through it. We still go through it, you know, when we're helping customers. And then ask for help.
And look, if you're in the rank and file, right, where your life is about, look, I didn't make the decision to go to P21. Right. I'm being handed that decision and expected to live with it. Let me give you some comfort and solace. And this just got reinforced for me like last week. So we have a large enterprise level customer, and when I say enterprise level, we're talking like dozens of locations, hundreds of users. Like every problem you solve for somebody like that is a problem that has to be solved at high scale. They are both a distributor and a manufacturer. They have been trying to manufacture on P21. They're just done. They didn't even ask if we had ideas on how to do that. They were just like, we're done. We're going to put a different ERP system in for manufacturing. When a company decides to split into two ERP systems, that's a big deal. It just is. But anyway, so they're implementing Acumatica on the other side. On the manufacturing side, they're going to keep P21 on the distribution side, which is as good a call as you can make. And our job is to integrate the two systems and make them talk to each other. And so what we have to be able to do is sweep up demand out of P21 that needs to be manufactured, create POs, send it to Acumatica, create the sales order over there. Then their people will take over, consolidate that, condense it into production orders, produce it, create shipments in Acumatica, which we then have to pick up and automatically create purchase order receipts out of. Other than that, it's really simple.
That's all.
But I'm telling that story because part of this is it's such a large environment. We have actually installed a test version of Acumatica in our lab. so that I can develop and run that integration side by side. I have full access, everything I need to try to understand it, because I've never laid eyes on Acumatica. I've heard of it, but had never laid eyes on it until this point. Got it up and running. I'm starting to work with it. I've worked with Sage, different flavors of Sage. I've worked with SAP. Trying to think of any others. I've worked with some homegrown stuff. What I will tell you is, of all of those systems, the reason that I started a business around P21 is because of every ERP system I've ever put my hands into, P21 is the most extensible. It is the one that gives you the most power to make it into what you need it to be. Whether it's screen changes, menu changes, tab creator, custom reports, report studio, portals, business rules. I was going to say the API, but sometimes that seems like more of a hindrance than it is a help. But the API, there's a lot of different ways to very safely change how it acts. And you may not have all those add-ons. You may have some of them, not others. May not have any of them, whatever. But at least you have some opportunity to shape it and make it do what you need it to do. And there have been very few problems that have been put before us in 7 years of doing this where we've said, I'm sorry, we can't do that. I bet you that's been less than 5. Most of the time we can find a way. And so my point being, if it's frustrating to you or whatever, when you go live, the first 6 months is about survival. It's just getting through it and figuring out where your real bottlenecks are, because everyone's in the system every day now because they have to be. The next 6 months and beyond is where you start thinking about, okay, we need to work on, for the next 6 months, we need to really dial in our quote to cash process. Then the 6 months after that, we're going to focus on purchase to pay. 6 months after that, we're going to focus strictly on warehouse operations. After that, something else, accounting, whatever it is. You can get there. We see a lot of companies become very successful on P21 because they're able to mold it into what they need it to be. So I think that's probably my best closing thought on it. Matt, I don't know. What do you got?
No, I mean, it is my background. I came from, I called it Mass 500, but eventually became Sage 500. And this is as somebody that has been an end user, which a lot of us here have been end users, but most recently I was an end user 2 years ago. Though I guess technically I still am an end user since we work at P21. But nonetheless.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I just see that. Yeah. One of the things that excited me about P21 coming from a different ERP is the customability. It was also ease of access of community. I met Andy because of just there's the worldwide user group, and we met at the Southeast meetup. Mm-hmm. And it's great because just like when we were saying, you're not the only one having these problems. You get to talk to people that are having problems. They're like, oh, this is how I address that. This is how, I still remember my very first conversation with you. We weren't live yet. We had just signed the documents maybe 3 months before that, maybe.
Yeah.
But we were just trying to learn, and we knew that there were companies like Atlas and some other ones out there that can help. And I had the conversation with you about purchasing and manufacturing. And where I came from, we were very much a steel raw material to a finished item. And we didn't want to calculate labor. And so Epicor had told us, light manufacturing. And we got into light manufacturing. It is anything but light from where we came from. Like, it was a lot more steps. And in that moment, Andy didn't know me for nothing. It was just, you need secondary processing, not light manufacturing. And so And that's one of my big things with P21 is just having access to. I don't care. I mean, yeah, I prefer everybody work with us because I think we're pretty cool. But the fact that there is a community of people that like to help, that's why I think P21 is a good system to go with,
Yeah, for
and it's
sure.
customized. So that's just
Yeah.
my own personal.
And there's different ways to go about getting community, which is great. And that was really the, you know, when Matt and I were talking about what we're going to do next with YouTube. Because look, God bless Matt, you can only make so many 5-minute trading videos before you're just ready to go off a cliff. And so we decided to start doing the live stream because we were like, the biggest, I don't want to call it a complaint, but the biggest, let's say, constraint that you have on all the existing other types of community is, like, say, the user group forums. Okay, those work really well for what they're really good for. It's harder for us because even though we're allowed to be there, we have to walk a tightrope. We can't sell. So if we get to the end of your issue, I can't say, call me and we'll figure it out. We're prohibited from doing that. Rightfully so. I'm not complaining. The other thing is it's back and forth in text, which is almost like, it's like email. It's terrible for trying to convey a point. We also present at user group annually and all of that stuff. That's all fine. But at best it's 90 minutes in
90 minutes a year.
Yeah. And Matt and I were like, we want to have a vehicle where we can pick a topic and spend as much time as we want on it and go as deep as we want to go and give users an opportunity to get in there. Just like today was like, this has been the best live stream we've ever had because of, like, the chat window's got a scroll bar and people are asking questions and saying, hey, I'm having this issue, and you're not taking us off topic. That's what we're here for. And so we really appreciate you guys for being here. And yes, next week, wireless warehouse, wireless workbench, we will cover transfers. We'll cover the whole gamut. We got 4 hours, which is fantastic. And it's nice to know on Tuesday what next Tuesday is going to be about, because we're going to go ahead and post that. But anyway, I think that probably just about wraps it up for today. Thank y'all so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We certainly enjoyed having you be on. And yeah, we'll see you again on next Tuesday, and be all about wireless warehouse. And in stream.